Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 4th, 2025 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. I'm Katie Sieben, the chair of the commission. I'll take the role of the other commissioners who are here for today's hearing. Commissioner Hahn.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
And Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
A quorum is present. Today we have oral arguments and discussion around Xcel Energy's natural gas innovation plan. Mr. Harsh, please introduce the item when you're ready. And sorry, before I say that, I'd also like to thank you and Ms. Nikitas for your extensive work in putting together the record here and preparing us. So thank you both for your work.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 1 is docket number G-002/M-23-518 in the matter of Xcel Energy's natural gas innovation plan. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve, reject, or modify Xcel Energy's 2023 natural gas innovation plan? There were several late filed items added to the record. On Wednesday, January 29th, parties filed their preferred decision options in the record, including any recommended modifications or additions to the list of decision options presented in staff's briefing papers. On the same day, Commissioner Hom filed a new decision option regarding Xcel's Sherco 5 megawatt pilot. On Friday, January 31st, staff filed an updated list of decision options and a decision option grid that incorporates parties' updated preferences and Commissioner Hom's new decision option. Staff's compiled list of decision options, decision option grid, and a summary of party pathways are available at the front of the large hearing room. Staff has no further comments but is available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harsh. We'll begin this morning with oral arguments, and the first party is Xcel. And then after Xcel is Center for Energy and the Environment and the Clean Energy Organizations. Then CUB, LIUNA, the Carpenters, and we'll conclude with the OAG and the department. So parties want to come forward and state your appearance. We'll get started. You don't all have to come forward, but whatever works. If you'd like to, we'll try to make room for everybody. Commissioner Tuma, can you still hear us okay? It looks like the camera froze online, but.
I can hear you. Hopefully it froze and I'm looking too stupid, but that's pretty hard, I guess.
Is the camera frozen for you online?
All I see is a thing saying Mary Sabota host. And then large hearing room is just blank.
It is here. You can't see the large hearing room screen? Okay.
Neither can I.
Okay. Joe
and I could talk to each other again, so.
I think I have a mute button here today I'm going to use. Selectively.
I think the people have been waiting to hear from John.
Just teasing, I don't have a mute button.
Well, yesterday I didn't use my mute button, and I was setting and using my voice on my phone, to type it out to Sarah Mertz down in Iowa. And so what I was saying to Sarah in the text about what was happening in the meeting was broadcast over the meeting when Christy Fegan was talking. So Christy gave me a lot of feedback, deservedly so.
If we need to take a break too, we can. There we go. Thank you. Okay, we'll get started. Ms. Steinhauser, welcome. Please state your appearance, and you have 10 minutes for opening comments.
Good morning, Lauren Steinhauser on behalf of Xcel Energy. I'm honored to be here today to speak with you about the company's first plan under the Natural Gas Innovation Act. Thank you to Commission staff for their tremendous synthesis of the robust record in this docket and for providing the updated decision options grid, which was hugely helpful in preparing for today's meeting. The NGIA provides a unique opportunity to drive long-term transformational greenhouse gas reductions in the state of Minnesota by investing in scalable and innovative technologies. We will get into the details, I'm sure, later. So for now, I'll provide a brief overview of how we approached our plan and identify some of its particular strengths. Our plan is designed to align with the NGIA requirements while advancing the company's vision for a sustainable future and our commitment to providing safe, affordable, and reliable energy to our customers. In developing this plan, the company prioritized projects with the potential for long-term emissions reduction, equity benefits, cost considerations, and technologies new to the company. We believe that the proposed portfolio balances these policy considerations and will significantly benefit our customers and the state of Minnesota. The company's portfolio includes forward-looking measures that are still in earlier stages of development and scalability. These projects are vital for fostering emerging technologies, supporting critical market development, understanding the opportunities and challenges for growth, and making significant greenhouse gas reductions in the long term. Our plan's components are intentionally designed as a whole to maximize benefits and learnings. I'll briefly preview the four strongest aspects of our plan. Our plan creates the opportunity for significant emissions reductions and avoided throughput. The plan is estimated to reduce or avoid approximately 951,000 metric tons carbon dioxide equivalent of greenhouse gas emissions over the lifetime of the proposed projects. This translates to approximately 62,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions annually by 2029. Also, over the NGIA period, the plan is estimated to reach 1.14 million decatherms of avoided geologic natural gas throughput. It's worth emphasizing that on top of these numbers, the value of this plan is in its capacity to spur innovation that will foster even deeper reductions in the future. Our plan includes significant economic and societal benefits. Our projects are anticipated to create hundreds of one-year full-time job equivalents in Minnesota, in addition to supporting local workforce development, including in the Sherco community, providing equity benefits to the Prairie Island Indian community, to low and moderate income communities, and to environmental justice areas, and aligning with Minnesota's goals to increase recycling and avoid landfilling. Third, our plan supports local industry. It supports the development of local expertise in emerging and growing fields, such as renewable natural gas, hydrogen, district energy, and strategic electrification, helping to create a more diverse mix of resources produced in Minnesota to meet our energy needs. For example, all of the RNG and hydrogen fuel projects included in this plan will be developed in our state and will therefore create a supply of made-in-Minnesota fuels. Fourth, there is broad consensus around the company's plan. We have been working closely with stakeholders since even before our plan was first proposed. We are grateful for that engagement and know that our plan, as it is presented to the Commission today, is stronger for it. For example, the plan now includes a weatherization project proposed by CEE and the prioritization of high-quality jobs and apprenticeship opportunities proposed by LIUNA. This plan is a crucial step towards a sustainable future, and we are committed to continuing to work with our stakeholders to achieve our shared goals. In sum, we are enthusiastic about and proud of the plan that we are presenting to the Commission today. Turning to the decision option grid, of those decision options that were added to the most recent grid provided by staff, the company supports Commissioner Ham's new 11 and modified 40 and 41. Finally, I am joined in the room and online by the subject matter experts who have worked hard to create and support this plan, including our consultant, Energy and Environmental Economics, or E3. E3 has been applying its modeling expertise to climate change and the role of the energy sector in reducing GHG emissions for over a decade. We worked closely with them to develop and model our plan. We look forward to answering your questions.
Ms. Steinhauser, did you say you support now 41?
We support the modified 40. It was submitted,
Yep, I got that.
decision
And then
options, and modified 41.
and modified 41.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other clarifying questions, commissioners? Commissioner Sullivan?
Sorry to be annoying, but Ms. Steinhauser, could you just read through the decision options that the company supports? I know that they're in the sheet, the pulled together sheet, but if it's not too much of a...
Not a problem. I'm going to go as slowly as I can. Just let me know if you need me to stop. So the company supports decision options 1, 3, Commissioner Ham's new 11, 16, 'Xcel Alternative 20, 25, 'Xcel Alternative 26, 'Xcel Alternative 31, 'Xcel Alternative 32, 33, 35, 36, modified 40, modified 41, 42 through 45, 52, Xcel Alternative 54, Staff Alternative 55, 56, we do not oppose 58 and prefer 58I, Xcel Alternative 58I within those. 59, 60, 62, 63, 74, 75, Xcel Alternative 76, new 78, new 79.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Steinhauser. Next, who did I say? The Center for Energy and the Environment. Mr. Duffin, welcome, and please provide your name and about 3 minutes of comments, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Sieben. Does that work?
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't appeared in front of the commission in 17 years, and the technology's been updated since then. So
It's kind of been updated, I'd say, maybe, as
the
you
room
can
looks
see.
the same. But thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. CEE, Center for Energy and Environment. My name is Chris Duffin, and I'm president of CEE. We worked on the legislation that led to the NGIA back in 2021 when it was passed. And we've engaged with Xcel Energy as they've constructed their plan. We appreciate their work on this plan, as well as the constructive comments of all the parties here today. NGIA was intended to challenge gas utilities to put forth innovative pilots, progress on decarbonizing the natural gas system, and above all, learn new things along the way. This means we need to hit a lot of different sectors with a lot of different solutions, even if they're not our favorite technologies or whether all the bugs have been worked out. And we should move thoughtfully and prudently, but not be afraid to hit some detours and dead ends along the way. We joined together with Xcel and LIUNA, the 49ers and the Carpenters on some decision options here today. And I'm happy to take questions on any of that, although there are definitely aspects of this that I know a little bit better than others. It's worth noting that there are some pilots that are not mentioned in the decision options, such as a lot of the R&D pilots, because there is wide agreement amongst parties in their adoption. This also includes the proposal Xcel just mentioned to support the Prairie Island Tribe's plans to decarbonize their community through an innovative pilot program. There's several other pilots that have relatively small differences amongst the parties, including the custom electrification projects for large customers, community ground source heat pumps, and advanced methane leakage reduction. And we think all of these are very worthy projects. And then finally, there are some newer decision options, such as Xcel's new 79 for a continuous exterior insulation pilot. This is a promising retrofit application that has a lot of market barriers. If we can address these market barriers, we could dramatically reduce natural gas in homes in Minnesota. And then in the past week, we have talked to the CEOs about their decision options at the end of your packet there, their new number 2 and new number 3. These are to add a residential air source heat pump and thermal storage pilot and a commercial air source heat pump and thermal storage pilot. We think both of these pilots are very appropriate for inclusion in NGIA and would provide valuable learnings about an innovative and emerging combination of technologies that could significantly reduce natural gas emissions across the residential and commercial sector, should you choose to add those. So we look forward to discussion and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be the clean energy organizations. Ms. Eichten, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Eichten with Fresh Energy, representing the clean energy organizations, who are Fresh Energy, Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, and Sierra Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you, staff, for the helpful briefing papers. NGIA portfolios should maximize the statutorily allowed investments in electrification, energy efficiency, and district energy projects, and prioritize deploying these highly beneficial projects in low-income and environmental justice communities. Such portfolios are necessary to reduce emissions from utilities' gas distribution systems to meet Minnesota's greenhouse gas reduction goals and can deliver significant health and economic benefits and ensure a just and equitable clean energy transition. Therefore, the focus of our engagement in this docket is to maximize such investments. Via our decision options 76 and 77, the CEOs recommend the Commission require that the company make additional investments in electrification and energy efficiency projects in its NGIA or ECO plans. We have worked with other parties to find alignment on these decision options and are supportive of the Department's recommendation that there be additional stakeholder discussions regarding the suitability of such projects for inclusion in the company's ECO triennial plans. Modified DOC Alternative 76 and Modified DOC Alternative 77 reflect our preferred language, which would require the Department to subsequently file a summary of the stakeholder discussions in this docket to build the record, which the Department has indicated support for. In addition to these decision options, we have also offered CEOs New 1 through CEOs New 4, in which we've identified several of these electrification and energy efficiency projects that are more suitable for inclusion in the company's current NGIA plan than in ECO. These include thermal energy storage and deep energy retrofits projects taken from Exhibit D of Xcel's NGIA plan petition, in which the company provides detailed descriptions of additional electrification projects it considered including in its plan. We agree with CEE that the thermal energy storage pilots in CEO's New 2 and CEO's New 3 are appropriate for inclusion in this NGIA plan and recommend that they be incorporated into the plan with budgets that allow for a compliant plan. CEO's New 1 reflects the interest shared by several parties in this docket in seeing more weatherization projects targeting low and moderate income communities in NGIA, as reflected by Decision Option 47 from the Department and CUB's Decision Option 8B. A residential deep energy retrofits and electric air source heat pumps pilot, like the $13 million pilot that was approved in CenterPoint's NGIA plan, should be added to this plan to provide a complementary program to fully fund weatherization for low-income customers in Xcel's service territory, going beyond what the company currently offers in its income-qualified segment in ECO. Although the CEO is focused on a limited set of recommendations in our decision options, we continue to support NGIA pathways that limit investments in alternative fuels and avoid investments in gas-fired appliances and carbon offsets that provide no clear path toward a decarbonized economy. We share concerns expressed by staff and other parties regarding the future utilization technology development project and support decision option 38 to reject that R&D project. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eichten. Next is the Citizens Utility Board. Mr. Crawford, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Brandon Crawford for the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota. I'm joined by my colleague, Olivia Carroll. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Commission's actions in this docket will help Minnesota chart its way towards a net zero emissions economy. NGIA plays a pivotal role in that progression. We appreciate the efforts taken by Xcel, stakeholders, agencies, staff, and the Commission in developing and evaluating this proposal. Xcel's commitment to a net zero vision aligns with the state's legislative goals, and the company's NGIA plan will contribute to meeting those objectives. Innovation is necessary for decarbonization, and many of the pilots now before the Commission will provide valuable learning opportunities. However, we do have several concerns with the company's proposal. As an advocate for Minnesota's residential utility customers, many of the positions taken by CUB are designed to establish guardrails around the appropriate use of ratepayer funds. This is why we have proposed modifications to Xcel's budget flexibility request and why adjustments to the company's cost effectiveness objectives are necessary. Under the NGIA framework, Xcel could increase the budget of its second filed innovation plan by approximately $50 million if it meets its cost effectiveness objectives. Right now, we don't see those as holding the company delivering the benefits to customers. Our recommendations seek to ensure those measures align with what the legislature envisioned for NGIA and with the benefits that Xcel has promised its ratepayers. We want to see this plan succeed, but how we measure that success matters. Another primary concern we have with Xcel's plan is the amount of funds devoted to alternative fuels and carbon credits. NGIA was enacted for utilities to evaluate a wide range of alternative resources that could reduce emissions and lower natural gas throughput. Xcel's miscalculation of the 50% requirement resulted in the company overinvesting in RNG and specifically environmental attributes. This detracts from Xcel's ability to invest in other resources and technologies that could better achieve these long-term goals. That's why we have recommended a reduction in RNG spending. There's already enough invested in alternative fuels to derive the necessary learnings associated with the technology. Additional spending would simply increase costs for ratepayers while providing no new information. The preferred decision options filed by CUB, the OAG, and KIR result in a fully compliant plan that lowers the amount of funds spent on alternative fuels while meeting all other statutory thresholds. Lastly, although decision option 8B is not included in that preferred list, the Commission could move forward with that pilot to further reduce the percentage of the budget used for alternative fuels without jeopardizing statutory compliance. CUB appreciates the Commission's close consideration of these issues and is available to answer any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. Next, Mr. Franco, please, with LiUNA.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Lucas Franco here on behalf of LiUNA, Minnesota and North Dakota. LiUNA supports approval of Xcel's portfolio as recommended in joint decision options filed with Xcel, CEE, carpenters, and operating engineers. In our view, Xcel's proposal does an excellent job of maximizing local benefits and learnings. In particular, we would like to highlight the following projects and features of Xcel's plan. The DEMCON, Sauk Center, AMP Swift, and Pine Bend pilots allow Xcel to explore the efficacy and economics of RNG produced using diverse feedstock under bundled and unbundled contracts. Further, all of Xcel's proposed RNG purchases are from Minnesota-based facilities, maximizing local environmental and socioeconomic benefits and aligning with the preference previously expressed by the clean energy organizations and Office of the Attorney General for local production. Xcel's proposed biochar pilot will contribute to the learnings and benefits associated with DEMCON pilot by testing both an alternative means of carbon renewable and a potential best practice for managing solid waste that remains after production of RNG. Xcel's Sherco hydrogen pilot will provide a beneficial reinvestment in a plant host community that is losing jobs and economic activity due to retirements but trying to reinvent itself as a clean energy hub. On the question of RNG contract terms, we believe that utilities should retain flexibility to use longer-term contracts and to purchase bundled RNG and unbundled environmental attributes. The Commission correctly decided in the Centerpoint case that the purchase of unbundled environmental attributes is consistent with the law. In terms of the contract length, the OAG has expressed concern that 10-year contracts could become uneconomic if RNG prices decline in the future, but we believe limiting utilities to short-term contracts would not support the objective of assisting RNG market development and would be inconsistent with the way we've approached development of low and zero carbon resources on the electric side with longer-term PPAs. On budgets, we continue to support budget flexibility for NGIA plans based on uncertainties that inevitably accompany deployment of innovative resources and the pricing volatility that's starting to feel like a permanent feature of the energy landscape, especially as the new administration launches new rounds of tariffs and other actions likely to impact markets. Lastly, we support Xcel's cost effectiveness objectives as proposed. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franco. And next is Mr. Sutton with the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, members of the Commission. My name is Charles Sutton. I'm here on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 49 and the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'd like to thank Mr. Hirsch for his work on this. I don't know what you did to keep getting assigned such complicated dockets, but I know everyone very much appreciates the work on how complex this is. So thank you. As you all know, Local 49 performs significant work on the natural gas system during doing construction repairs. The carpenters are not as involved in the system, but stand to benefit from some of the construction opportunities for these NGIA pilots. As we noted, we in our filings, we support the joint decision options filed by the two unions that I represent, LiUNA, Xcel, and CEE. As the Commission is aware, the state legislature passed NGIA as a bipartisan bill with a wide array of stakeholder support with the goal of providing our natural gas utilities with an opportunity to pilot an array of clean energy resources that have the potential to support the local economy, create good paying jobs, and advance decarbonization. As the Commission knows, the gas system decarbonization will be challenging, and the future is not yet clear. If we knew the future of the gas system decarbonization, we wouldn't need NGIA. Not every pilot today will play an important role in the future of decarbonization of our gas system. Not every single one will be successful, but that's the point of NGIA, to try out some of these pilots, see what works and learn from that, and help grow that market. In our view, what Xcel has brought forward matches the goals and purposes of NGIA and aligns with what the legislature envisioned when they passed that bill. We also would note that they've, as the plan has been developed, they've included, as they noted in their comments, some of those suggestions from stakeholders, and we would add that many of the objections and concerns we heard around the Centerpoint plan we think are addressed well in the Xcel plan as it sits here proposed today. There's a good array of fuel and non-fuel pilots with an array of feedstocks and use cases that are going to be explored and piloted. The geothermal pilot project, for example, is going to test out an important decarbonization model at the community level that, if it's successful, could provide a model for significant deployment of that technology. We strongly object to the CUB, CEOs, and other stakeholders' assumptions that alternative fuels are dead ends or are not beneficial for approval. We don't know the future of decarbonization of the gas system, but we think it's really likely that Minnesota residential and commercial buildings will still rely on some sort of fuel for many years to come. And we think it's almost certain that industry will require these fuels. The learnings from these pilots and the market development are really critical to building out this industry in a way that will be, in our view, almost certainly an important role in our decarbonizations. As we noted, there's some pilots that will create significant job opportunities for our members, but there are others where the job potential is more limited. But we support the proposal as a whole because we think it provides a good balance of resources and opportunities that will provide good learnings for the future decarbonization of the gas system. Thank you so much, and I'm here to answer any questions about specific pilots.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton, and Ms. Hinderly with the Office of the Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Hinderly. I'm with the Office of the Attorney General Residential Utilities Division, and with me today online is Chad Stevenson, an analyst with RUD. I want to thank staff, like everyone else, for the excellent briefing papers in all ways, which summarized a very large record into some very large briefing papers, but it was a very good summary. As the Commission knows, it must balance many factors in approving an NGIA plan. But today it can also choose to or work from one of three paths presented by the parties, and the OAG supports the path put forward by CUB, CURE, and OAG. This path achieves the goals of the NGIA and it meets the statute's requirements. And I want to make a brief clarification on that second point, that our proposed pathway has only 19.8% of the budget for district energy, so it is under the 20%. I think staff rounded up, which is fair, but it is 19.8% and under the statutory 20% cap. Our plan also mitigates long-term risks for ratepayers in Xcel's pathway by limiting the lengths of some of the contracts. And to be clear, these aren't short-term contracts. They're 5 years. That's still more than any other contract that Xcel currently has. But we'd like to see those limited or reflected in the next NGIA plan to make sure we're limiting ratepayers' exposure to these, still developing markets. Our plan would also significantly reduce the cost placed on low and moderate income residential customers by allocating the cost of pilots in line with traditional cost causation principles. Our pathway would achieve all this without denying any proposed full pilots. That includes all of the alternative fuel pilots are included in our proposed pathway. And we would do this with recommending only a few changes to Xcel's R&D proposals. I do want to highlight a few areas where we have particular concerns with the Xcel's proposed pathway. And one of those is with the Sherco 5 megawatt project. And to be clear, we are supportive of this moving forward. We just want to find a way that it can move forward in line with the Commission's previous orders, with Xcel's previous commitments, and with the law. The OAG recommends that the Commission modify Xcel's proposed hydrogen electrolyzer to require a new affiliated interest arrangement due to the changed circumstances proposed by the pilot. This pilot would provide hydrogen solely to an unregulated venture of Xcel that sells steam to a large industrial customer. And we are becoming increasingly concerned at OAG about the relationships and agreements between public utilities and their unregulated affiliates, and the inherent potential for self-dealing and lack of arm's length transactions in those arrangements. Approving the pilot as is would cause gas ratepayers to subsidize unregulated operations and potentially leave gas customers with a stranded asset. And while we appreciate that Commissioner Ham's new decision option provides a pathway forward to address the stranded asset risks, and we appreciate Xcel's agreement to that, we think that doing so through modifying the current affiliated interest arrangement provides the Commission with more clear authority in statute that it has to continue to monitor and modify these arrangements as needed to protect the public interest. And it just frankly provides the Commission with a little bit more teeth to make sure that this is a fair transaction for ratepayers going forward. And again, I want to emphasize we're not recommending denying the pilot. We've tried to find a path forward for the innovative pilot to go forward while protecting ratepayers and ensuring that they are compensated fairly for their investments in this large CapEx program. I want to briefly also touch on carbon offsets, and I want to be clear that the OAG is no longer making a legal objection to including these in costs. We've heard the Commission on that. But we are still concerned about Xcel's increased reliance on carbon offsets in its plan versus CenterPoint's. And that raises concerns for us about whether Xcel is prematurely abandoning or limiting more direct approaches to gas decarbonization in its net zero vision. To address this in our preferred path, the Commission should reduce Xcel's spending on carbon offsets in two areas: by limiting the funding for Xcel's Green Cities pilot to be similarly sized to CenterPoint's for a utility of Xcel's size, and by denying Xcel's proposal to spend $100,000 to build up a Minnesota pipeline for carbon offset projects. I want to note that that $100,000 is $10,000 more than Xcel is proposing to develop for new RNG projects in that R&D pilot. Instead, the Commission should hold Xcel to the claim it's made in several recent rate cases that carbon offsets are a secondary option to more direct methods of decarbonization in Xcel's net zero vision. I really briefly want to touch on a clarification to the briefing papers regarding Xcel's unallocated reserves, which are about $1 million. To our knowledge, Xcel has not made any commitment on this record to limit the spending of those funds to new R&D projects. Instead, Xcel explained in several places in the record and in attachment 16 to OAG's initial comments, which are a discovery response from Xcel, that the reserves funding is set aside for, quote, unexpected changes in project budgets across the portfolio and for the possibility of additional R&D per projects, unquote. While we would recommend the Commission deny this $1 million and hold Xcel to its budgets, as it has the ability to come back and modify them in annual filings. If the Commission does authorize this, we request that the Commission require that Xcel on the record only use this money for R&D pilots. With that, we support the proposed pathway put forward by OAG, CUB, and CURE, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hinderly. And next, the department, Dr. Lieb.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Sydney Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. The department thanks Xcel for submitting this plan. A significant amount of work went into designing these pilots. And we also thank PUC staff for putting together the excellent briefing papers. As others have noted, they have been really helpful in preparing for the day and identifying the decision options to be considered here. The plan submitted by Xcel is consistent with NGIA for the most part, and is an important step in decarbonizing the overall economy in Minnesota. In doing that, the department has generally been supportive of the plan. Where we've opposed pilots, the primary reason for opposition has been that we want to make sure that the innovation part of the Natural Gas Innovation Act is considered. The department is strongly against pilots for the sake of pilots or pilots for the sake of talking points. Pilots that are proposed should be truly driving new investment, new innovation, and creating learnings as we continue to decarbonize. And the investment should be made in such a way that they can scale and become larger projects beyond these small pilot stages. We note, as others have, that the plan Xcel's submitted is heavy on the alternative fuel pilots. We have opposed a handful of these, and we believe that the additional revenue that would be freed up if these pilots are not approved would be best spent on some of the electrification, efficiency, thermal storage projects that other stakeholders have identified, especially those that have the opportunity for significant learnings and scalability. We note that there's been a number of issues brought up around interpretation of statute, contract requirements, and many of those issues either were not raised in the CenterPoint filing or were raised and already decided on in CenterPoint's NGIA plan. for consistency in the overall market, it's important that we make the same decision we made on CenterPoint's plan in the Xcel plan so that utilities are not playing on separate fields. The only pilot we want to call out specifically is the hydrogen pilot, which we fully support and believe that the Commission should approve. This pilot is going to allow Xcel to generate significant learnings about hydrogen production and blending. However, as currently designed, there is an issue, as Catherine with the OAG pointed out, that the steam sales are an unregulated sale. We believe that Commissioner Ham's decision option does handle the stranded asset risk concern if something were to happen to that industrial customer. However, the issue of the revenue from the steam sales remains unsolved by that decision option, and the department supports any of the decision options that have been proposed that would address this issue, whether that's coming up with a new affiliate agreement, handling this in a future rate case, or requiring Xcel to use the revenues from the steam sales to draw down the cost of this pilot. Of those, I think we prefer the alternative affiliate interest agreement. That would make things cleanly fixed now before the pilot starts getting funded and going. And we would be open to handling it in a future rate case, but that kicks the can on this important decision, and it would be better to have it dealt with at this time in this docket. That is all we have, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lieb. Why don't we take a short break, and then we'll come back and begin commissioner questions. Is 5 minutes enough time for you, Commissioner Tuma Sullivan? Okay, we'll come back at 10:50 a.m. The commission stands in recess. The commission will come back from its recess. And commissioners, what I would propose is that we work through the decision options, our questions in the order that the decision options are laid out. And I know that's not always easy to do because many are interconnected to others, but why don't we attempt to start that way? And we'll see how that goes. I would hope that if we need a lunch break, we would do that around 12:30. But if we need to take a break before then, we can do that. So with that, why don't we start first with the decision options? 1 through 3 are pretty obvious what they are and where we're at. And then we move into, I don't think there's any discussion or questions around 1 through 3, but the overarching recommendations for the RNG pilots, there's differences between parties contained in those decision options. Does someone want to begin with questions related to 4, staff alternative 4, 5, or the other 5? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, for the company. Okay, Centerpoint NGIA is approved by Commission, and they are doing similar project in this area, right? Is there any legal barrier that Centerpoint and Xcel Energy Gas can share your experience and information under the Minnesota statute or even SEC regulation? Is there any concern that you guys are sharing information regarding these pilots?
Ms. Steinhauser.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, to make sure I understand the question, are you asking if there are legal barriers to us sharing, or is there a problem with information that has been shared?
Legal barrier.
To sharing information. Thank you for the question. I think the legal barriers to sharing information would be contractual with developers, trade secret information, but the learnings that we gain from these experiences, and in particular in the reporting that the Commission will receive and stakeholders will receive, I don't see any legal barriers to sharing that information. You mentioned the SEC, that's outside of my knowledge, but that's something that we can look into. Okay. Nothing comes to mind based on what I know, but.
Okay, thank you.
My question for Ms. Hinderly and the OAG is, in your modified 5, and I think I was following the discussion in the record, that you wanted the RNG contracts limited to 5 years to essentially, I think in your words, like protect ratepayers. But don't you acknowledge that some of these RNG contracts and perhaps the duration of the pilots would extend beyond 5 years? So how do you think the Commission should think about that? Because I understand your point about limiting the contracts to 5 years, but then it seems to sort of ignore the reality that some of the pilots are likely longer than 5-year plans or pilots.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, and for the opportunity to explain. And I think, this is all developing. We had 3 courses of comments. We pushed back on Xcel regarding the Sauk Center pilot. They came back. These develop. And so I think if you look at CUB Cure OAG Modified 5, that's really what we're looking for, is that the utilities have to make a showing that it's not feasible to limit the contracts to 5 years. Our concern in reviewing, the kind of just general incentives and the back and forth between Xcel and some of the RNG developers was just, they don't have skin in the game with these pilots, right? This is a pass-through cost, and we want them to really feel like they have to make a robust effort to limit ratepayers' exposure to these developing markets. And so that's why we ended up on modified 5. But to be clear, our proposed pathway does include the Sauk Center pilot, and we understand that that would be a 10-year commitment. So what we're looking for is that those costs be reflected in the next NGIA determination. And I understand the Commission doesn't need to make a determination today about how it reflects those in the next NGIA pilot, but what we don't want to see is just these NGIA costs, 3 NGIAs down the line, 15 years down the line, just piling up in terms of long-term commitments, and for both for RNG, but also for long-term capital projects, which of course for depreciation will go outside of the 5 years. So that's where we're at now.
That sort of makes sense. And Ms. Steinhauser, though, help me with this is now getting into overall cost recovery, but the RNG contracts itself that Xcel will enter into with the producers here that are outlined in these pilots. If a pilot would extend beyond this first plan, for example, into the second plan, wouldn't the costs for that be reflected in your second plan that you'll file subsequent or after this one?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I do think that remains an open question. The statutory language seems to envision a separate budget for each plan based on the incremental increases if we meet our cost effectiveness objectives. So I would say this is not a decision that the Commission has to make now, but that the statute contemplates a separate budget for the different plans, the subsequent plan. That's not to say that we wouldn't demonstrate what remains of the spending for this plan.
And so if we approved the RNG pilots in here as contemplated, in these decision options, the company is still looking for the flexibility to have a contract that's beyond 5 years. I understand that, correct?
That's correct, Chair Sieben.
And the costs for extending the contract itself would be incorporated. You're not sure where the costs would come, or it's not, that sort of depends on what, just walk me through again what happens like for years 6 through 10. Would it be in the second year NGIA plan or the second NGIA plan in the rider recovery portion, or where? Because I'm still not fully tracking.
Okay, so stepping back, the contracts with our RNG developers, we have been working with them closely for 2 years, and based on our experience, it would be very difficult to have a 5-year contract with any of them. So just setting that foundation.
Because they want the security and the knowledge that they'll have an off-taker for their product, essentially.
Correct. There are uncertainties in the market, and they're looking for certainty. And so we've been having these conversations. We have been asking for shorter contracts, and we're not getting alignment on that. So just making sure that that's part of the conversation. In terms of the cost recovery, so all the costs for these contracts as part of this plan would be accounted for in this plan, and then to the extent that they exceed the 5 years.
Let me just stop you there. All of the costs, so say you sign a 10-year contract for an RNG producer, then the 10 years of costs for that contract would all be accounted for in this plan?
I believe that that's true, but I'm gonna.
Someone behind you is shaking their head, so maybe.
If Thomas Mammon could join me up here, that'd be great.
Hi, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Thomas Mammon, analyst with Xcel Energy.
One more time. Oh, Mammon?
Mammon, M-A-N, yep.
Okay, sorry.
And to answer your question, so costs falling outside of the 5-year plan for this could end up in our next NGI plan. However, there could be other mechanisms that are better suited for kind of a long-term O&M kind of agreement that might be, might be a good way to just not commit now, but to, you know, to make those determinations when we're filing our next plan, knowing that we've got the RNG experience with this plan, we could make those determinations in the future plan with other mechanisms.
Hey, Madam Chair?
Commissioner Tuma, I think, are you having trouble hearing?
Yeah, he needs to eat the mic, and he also broke out because of technical problems. So I really do want to hear this so we don't have to repeat it again. So if he could, sorry, if he could go through it again, otherwise I'll just ask it later.
Sure. Yeah, so we could certainly include these RNG costs in a subsequent NGIA plan. However, making a commitment now when there could be other mechanisms after this 5-year plan for these RNG costs might prohibit future plans. And so I think our stance is we're open to that. However, committing to recovery in NGIA specifically might limit future plans unnecessarily, where we could address these in a subsequent plan, like Plan Year 4 when we're submitting a new NGIA plan.
Ms. Steinhauser, so my understanding is that the pilots we approved today or this week, you'll then seek recovery, you said, in the NGIA rider, which will be an annual filing.
That's correct.
And so, for example, like some of these RNG pilots have a budget that is listed and not trade secret, and that includes the cost, the estimated cost of the RNG beyond, like from years 6 to 10. Is that correct? Is the and so if I'm understanding what I just heard, cost recovery would be for, even if it's a 10-year contract, for example, would those costs would be recoverable under the NGIA rider that you'll file after this. Is that correct?
Chair Stephen, I think I caused some confusion. So the budget that is before you is for the NGIA plan timeframe. So it's just for the next 5 years.
Okay.
What Mr. Mammon was saying is that to the extent there are costs that exceed the 5-year plan, we could come back with our next plan and propose a way to include that into the plan. Or there might be other ways to, you know, maybe they're so successful that it doesn't make sense to continue as a pilot and we roll it off into an official program, and then that doesn't need to be included in an NGIA budget. And so by not deciding this now, that leaves flexibility, but we're willing to, you know, go in whichever direction the commission wants to go on this.
That sort of makes sense, except that, again, like the actual cost of the RNG, you're negotiating that price now, and you're saying you want the flexibility to be able to have longer-term contracts, like out to 10 years, let's just say. Is that Pine Bend that's 10 years, for example? No. Or
Sauk Center.
Sauk Center. So if Sauk Center is 10 years, and the commission approves your pilot for Sauk Center, we are essentially approving Xcel from being able to invest in that gas for 10 years. See what I'm saying? Like, it's a little, and I get that you could, like, and maybe the way to do it is if we do that, then you have to account for those costs again in the rider and then also in your next plan, because they will still be in that time frame. Is that, am I thinking of that correctly? Or, and maybe we'll go to the department after this to see if this is like their understanding of how the accounting side would work.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So to the extent we would want to continue, let's taking the Sauk Center pilot, for example, continue that into our second NGIA plan, we would have to propose those costs again included in that next 5-year plan. There is a chance, however, that we would recommend it moving forward outside of the NGIA, in which case those costs would not be part of the
NGIA anymore.
budget.
Because you would essentially be saying, like, this pilot worked and now we're trying to make it a full offering, so it will go out of NGIA into something else.
Correct, yes.
Dr. Lieb, is that like generally the idea that the department's supportive of, and any other comments around the cost recovery piece here in the SOC Center pilot that extends beyond 5 years?
Chair Sieben, commissioners, we are in agreement with the way it was just described by the company, how the accounting for the cost recovery would work.
Okay. Commissioner Tuma.
So, Ms. Steinhauser, I'm trying to track this. Okay. So I'm looking at 6, which is I think is more universal than being under just SOC. It's any 5-year or anything past 5 years is set to go into your next budget. And then this is the difference between budgeting and recovery that I think is critical to understand, is that I think 6 is saying it is recovered and you will budget for it in your next one. So you can't, as Mr. Manning said, future plans might be limited. Well, that's the limiting factor, because now you have to budget it to the next plan, and it minimizes how much you can now put into Plan 2, because you have to use some of this 10 years to go into Plan 2. And
Ms. Steinhauser.
that's my understanding, is what the intent of 6 was.
Commissioner Tuma, you're cutting out.
I'm hearing nothing. Yeah, I'm not in reception of that. What's going on at your place either.
We can hear you now, so you were just a little fuzzy there for a minute. So,
Well, that's fuzzy a lot of times lately, so.
Well, Ms.
Steinhauser,
Steinhauser.
I'm just trying to understand. It seems like you're agreeing with 6 now.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
Ms. Steinhauser, I think that what Commissioner Tuma, as usual, he's a step ahead of me. So if you should support decision option 6, because the costs that are outside of the 5-year window for the gas, if you do a 10-year contract, would be filed in the next NGA. But if you wanted to make it a permanent offering, then you would file it in a rate case or wherever else you would. Is that, I think that's what I heard you say earlier. So what about, it says that you're opposed to 6, though.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Commissioner Tuma. Our reading of 6 is that it would require us to put costs that exceed the 5-year limit into the next plan. And what we're saying is that we would like the flexibility to not have to do that if we want to roll a pilot outside of the NGIA that exceeds the 5 years.
Yeah, that sort of brings up the question of, like, when do we get the learnings from the SOC Center pilot to evaluate whether it's a successful pilot or not, correct? But maybe you could, and this is a more general question, any pilot that's going well, for example, parties would have an opportunity, if you tried to roll it into a permanent offering, you can't just do that on your own. Like, it would have to come before the commission, and we'd have to assess whether they've met the learning objectives outlined in the whole thing. Right?
That's correct, Chair Stephen. There would be
Steinhauser,
commission oversight and stakeholder involvement in any decision.
But you're
Well, let me ask Ms. Hinderly.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tuma.
Ms. Hinderly, I got to believe that was not your intent, to require that they must and they can't do anything with any program ever and anywhere in the future, modify it, roll it into the rate case if it's going good. So help me out. Was that your intent, was to absolutely force them to include it in the next plan?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, no. I mean, we understand that the NGIA is meant to be, an ongoing process with annual reviews, trying to see what works, trying to find what works from these innovative options. What we didn't want was for these costs to simply get lost in the next NGIA filing and to have, 10-year contracts that are going forward, and then in the next plan we get more 10-year contracts, and pretty soon ratepayers, there are limits to what ratepayers in the statute are supposed to be paying for these programs. So like at a certain point it would swallow the ratepayer protections in the statute, and that's what we really wanted to avoid. I do want to give CUB an opportunity to weigh in if it's all right, just because this was not just our position, it was a position we took with CUB as well. So I would defer to Mr. Crawford on any clarifications he has beyond that.
This was your idea?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it was a joint position that we took, but we are concerned when we look at Xcel's plan, there are a lot of costs that are not counting against the NGIA budget. In Table 3 of the briefing papers, you see those are about $143 million, $143.71 million for the entire costs of these pilots, compared to the $55.39 that's counting against the NGIA budget. So we recognize there is a substantial difference between the overall cost that Xcel is seeking ratepayers to cover versus what is counted here in the next 5 years. We want to have something that recognizes that and recognizes that Xcel can't move all of these costs all the time outside of the NGIA budget and simply increase costs for ratepayers in other avenues.
Okay, so Mr. Crawford, I get your point about the general concern of the overall beyond 5-year costs. But then in light of this discussion specifically about the RNG costs, for example, or the term extending beyond 5 years, you generally agree though that if Xcel still could roll a pilot that's successful, they could propose to make it a permanent offering, and then all parties, you included, would have the opportunity to assess and recommend to a future commission whether or not to make that a future offering. And I see you nodding. And then, so I think we just have to balance as we go through, like that recognition that, yes, we want to ensure that the costs show up in the next NGIA plan without constraining the ability to sign longer-term contracts that are probably more beneficial to ratepayers anyway. That's why they're, in some cases, like going to be potentially better deals for ratepayers too, correct?
Madam Chair, and I haven't discussed this with the OAG, but I think there could be a slight modification to the language. If you had include any pilot costs that fall outside of the plan's 5-year window, if they're proposing it as something that's getting rolled into the rate case, no longer being in NGIA, it's going to be, a much broader program, then it's no longer a pilot. And that would be considered within the context of the Commission's evaluation.
Okay, that makes sense. Commissioner Tuma, you're nodding. Any follow-up?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It would seem some language along that lines to say if it is in the next NGIA, the key is budgeting. So if they have a 10-year program, and it's $10 million, and it's flat across the whole program, $5 million falls into this budget. The other $5 million is potentially going to be in the other budget. So it does reduce their budget this go-around, but there's not the stacking of budgets going down the line, and I think that's part of the concern of the ratepayer protections. We start stacking too many of these down the road. The back end of these budgets start to get more expensive for future or later ratepayers, and basically could blow the budget. I don't see that happening here. I don't think that's the intent of it, but that's a possible negative consequence if we don't address it now. And so I think if Xcel could work with CUB and OAG to find some language to say they're going to budget this time around.
Let's hold your roll on that, Commissioner Tuma. We're going to try hard, at least I'm going to try hard after talking to staff, to limit parties like filing of new decision options before Thursday. So I think we are on it in terms of staff understanding the discussion, and we might have to tweak 6 or the subsequent ones. And Commissioner Tuma, you can talk to staff obviously too about how to do that. But just so we don't
that makes good sense, Madam Chair. That's wise. Thanks.
I just have bad memories of late filed decision options and the other dockets that
you don't want to spend all Wednesday night reading decision options.
Yeah, trying to Just kidding. Okay, so if we keep moving on to that, through the RNG pilots here, the Sauk Center one, you know, there's that discussion about the window or the length of time of the contract. AMP Swift, do the OAG and others, Kieran Cobb proposal limiting it. Does anyone have questions or want to ask Commissioner Hahn about that?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So it'll be more general question in sequence of all these projects. First is whether it's a unique, what is the difference to the Centerpoint project? Second, who is going to bear the risk of this contract if we limit this to a certain number of years? And then third, it's a question of the BOT 4. Without Xcel's contract, would it be possible for this project to go on? So those three questions, all three projects here.
I can't hear.
My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Hom. I've invited Edward Weinberg, the subject matter expert on the RNG projects, to join me at the table. And at a high level, in terms of what is unique about these projects, and I can't speak to what is necessarily unique compared to Centerpoint Energy. I did not do a side-by-side comparison of our programs. But what we really focused on in ours is that all of our RNG products are Minnesota-based. So they are sited in Minnesota. They are using diverse feedstock. So there's manure, there's landfill waste. I'll let Edward speak to more. But so what we feel like we're bringing to the table with these projects in particular is that we are supporting local generation of renewable natural gas sources. And even for the feedstock, for example, there's a small dairy farm, there's a larger dairy farm. So we're getting a diverse set of perspectives in terms of managing these and then bringing them into our system, either directly into our lines. I think we're trucking some of it to our line, and then also just in terms of unbundled experience. So really a diverse perspective on what RNG could be doing in concert with the company and in the state of Minnesota. And I will turn it over to Edward if there's anything he'd like to add.
Good morning, Chair Sieben. Good morning, Commissioners. Edward Weinberg with Xcel Energy. Yeah, agree with what everything that was mentioned here. We've really tried to focus on diversity of projects so that we as the company could learn as much as we can about RNG. So as Ms. Steinhauser mentioned, different feedstock types, different size operations, and bundled and unbundled opportunities. So we believe that this portfolio of RNG projects, they have different unique characteristics that the company can learn from. Recognizing that Centerpoint Energy's portfolio also includes RNG projects that are similar, or in some cases it's the same project, like the DEMCON project. But Centerpoint Energy can learn from those projects, and so can Xcel Energy. And so we feel like it's a unique learning opportunity for the company to have this diverse portfolio of RNG projects.
Same project and Centerpoint and Xcel can have a different experience. Why?
I think that we're trying as a company to learn, to innovate and learn from these experiences. And today we as a company haven't purchased any RNG before. And so we believe that that's the learning opportunity for us, the innovative element for us as a company, even though it's the same process for Centerpoint Energy, but we as a company can still learn from
I mean, that's why I asked question in the prior group. You can share that experience with the Centerpoint. What is the unique that you can learn from this as a Xcel Energy? I mean, I understand as an industry, you need to learn this. And the Centerpoint and Xcel Energy Gas are in the same industry. Why can't you just share the experience rather than trying to learn unique experience? unless you have a unique circumstance that requires you to have that experience.
I think that has, Commissioner Hom, I feel like we have already touched on what we can share and what we can't share. So there are some things that we can't share across companies, so including some of the commercial elements of executing these transactions, and I think that's part of the unique learning. And I think we've also focused on, as a utility company, wanting to support this industry with innovative technologies, and again, DEMCON is another example of this very innovative technology that doesn't exist in the country except for one project in California. So this would actually be the second project using that technology in the country, and we want to be supportive of that. So I think that's the other part of what we're trying to achieve here, is just showing support for innovative projects.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that kind of question I was looking for. Yes, unique technology. Yes, you can learn unique experience from it. Under that, while you are answering, there is some commercial term you may have a difference between CenterPoint and you, and then also there is associated with the risk associated with the commercial term. That's why I was asking second question of the who's going to bear that commercial contract. It is, we are not regulating those other entity you are making contract with. Who's going to bear that risk if you are limiting this contract for like 5 years or 2 years or 3 years?
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Chair Sieben. If I'm understanding the question, I think that there's a shared risk there, right? If they are adjusting the length of the term to meet us in the middle, right, then they might be taking on some market risk. In terms of the risk to us, in order to get recovery of the funds that we are putting into these projects, we have to show that they were prudently incurred, right? So we'll have to come to the commission and show that the costs were reasonable, the negotiations that we made to get to the terms were reasonable. And so between those two, that to me is how the risks would fall.
Okay, let's say commission decide to terminate this project after 5 years. Who's going to bear that risk? Ratepayers, Xcel Energy, or the other side?
So, Commissioner Hom, if I understand your question correctly, is what will happen if you approve, for instance, a 5-year offtake agreement with AMP Swift? What happens after the 5 years if you then do not approve another term? I think that the developer, in this case AMP Americas, they work with a lot of off-takers. There are different markets for the RNG. The main market for RNG is the transportation market, so the renewable fuel standard, the California low carbon fuel standard markets. That's where most of the RNG is currently going to. And if Xcel Energy will not be able to offtake past 5 years, then AMP Americas will have to probably sell the RNG into the transportation market. And that's, I think, part of the risk that any of the developers run. And that's exactly why developers are interested in signing long-term offtake agreements. That's why they've told us, 10 years or, 5 years if we have to. But that's what the developers are trying to do, is they would like to hedge some of the market risks that they run in the transportation market.
Okay, thank you. So third question was about 4 question. That's why I think I have the same understanding that renewable natural gas market is driven by West Coast transportation clean fuel market. That's why my question was about 4. Without Xcel's contract, can these projects go on? So create job for the Minnesota, create a economic opportunity for the Minnesota without this. We have seen few projects outside NGIA came to commission to get approval, and they said they can make money and they can do their job. Why do we have to grant this contract in this case then?
think there's two reasons, Commissioner Hom. I feel like if Xcel Energy wouldn't be able to purchase the RNG through the NGIA plan, then these developers would resort to the other market, the transportation market, and that has shown a lot of volatility in time. So the renewable identification numbers, or RINs, or the LCFS credits, if you look historically, those prices have fluctuated a lot. So there's a lot of risk for the developers. I'm not saying that the projects can't happen, but for Xcel Energy's offtake. But I think it is a unique opportunity for those benefits to remain in the state instead of going to California. And for the developers, I think it's a really good opportunity for a stable, longer-term offtake, which is what they're seeking.
Okay, so I'll take all these three answers as a given. In that case, how do you know that Xcel is not paying extra premium to these developers? How do we know that Xcel ratepayers are paying fair price in this case?
So at the time when price discussions took place with these developers, we did make a comparison with the alternative price in the transportation market using publicly available price information about the renewable identification numbers and the low carbon fuel standard credits. And all the prices that were offered were deemed to be reasonable within that context.
So is your contract indexed to that market, or is it fixed price?
So the contracts that we're contemplating are fixed price contracts.
As you described, that market is very, very volatile, and a lot of industry expert is expecting that price will tank. It will go down significantly. And what is your justification to giving fixed cost or fixed price in that case?
I think that there's a lot of uncertainty in the market. And there's also a lot of people that expect the prices to go up if more states enact low carbon fuel standards. So it all depends on where the supply and demand is going for RNG. And so as a company, we don't want to speculate on what the market will do, but we do believe that offering this price stability to customers is beneficial.
So this is typically my last question to company. So if Commission doesn't guarantee rate recovery, would you sign this deal?
I'm sorry, if you could repeat the question.
So because when you're signing this deal and Commission approved this project, we are usually approving recovery of this cost. So this is what I usually ask regulated utility. When you're signing certain private deal, coming to the Commission and asking for approval, what if we are not letting you to recover this cost automatically, burden is on you, and you are going to make your money out of it? Will you sign this contract? That's my typical question. So that's the test. I'm asking whether company is doing its own due diligence to protect the ratepayers, which is our agreement. Rate-regulated utility has to protect ratepayers, right?
Yes.
So this is my question. Will you sign this deal if Commission said it's your issue, you do it?
I think that as a company, we want to support the market for RNG, and we want to keep those benefits within the state. So I think that's a really important benefit of these projects. Of course, as a regulated utility company, we wouldn't do any projects unless they are approved by the Commission. But I do think that we want to be supportive of the industry, and we want to retain these environmental benefits within the state of Minnesota where we can.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I have one more question to the department. So, has department reviewed this price contract or the price terms?
For all of the RNG?
In general.
Or for the
for
SWIFT?
Any project which company will buy that credit?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hum, we have reviewed everything that was in Xcel's plan. And I'm going to see if Michael, who did a lot of the heavy lifting on this, if he wants to add or discuss specifics to the contracts.
Mr. Zychek, welcome. I'm not sure what you were being asked to describe, but please state your name for the record and
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hum, Michael Zychek on behalf of the department. The department reviewed, to the extent that we're capable of, the prices for these various RNG contracts. I think one of the struggles is that a lot of, these RNG projects are, newer type things. We can compare them to what we've seen from other utilities, but the fact of the matter is that they're all going to be more expensive than geologic natural gas at this time. So, I think that's part of the point of the NGIA is to explore some of these projects. If you look at some of the data that Xcel's filed, none of these projects are by themselves currently like cost effective in those, many of the standards that we check. The point is that we're trying to learn more, do research, and help these projects kind of improve their abilities so that we're able to get to more cost-effective things, or at least have a better idea of what are the most cost-effective options when we get to a world where we have to choose not to pursue the cheapest geologic natural gas.
My question was not about the cost of this. Everybody knows that this is more expensive than commodity natural gas market. My question is, has department evaluated price of this credit based on the fixed price versus the indexed price? Given that industries are expecting this price will go down significantly in the near future.
I don't think we've had we don't necessarily have a clear view of what the RNG prices will do in the future. There's arguments on both sides that, it's possible that they're going to come down, and I believe that, we'll get improvements in the production abilities and other things, but there's also, Xcel's argument that demand could go up. So to the extent that we're capable of, we've tried to review the prices, but we're not able to, draw direct conclusions from what data we have at this time about what will happen with these contracts in the future and the cost of RNG.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lieb, on the AMP SWIFT project, I was reviewing your supplemental comments from October 28th, and it says that, the department's supportive of the AMP SWIFT RNG product, even though Xcel's only buying the environmental attributes because that production of RNG will help later use that manure to produce vehicle fuel and examine other projects to scale down technology, it says, to allow for direct deployment to farms to reduce emissions. So, I think overall the AMP SWIFT project, it sort of, maybe you should expand more. Like, what are the overall learnings that you hope, why the, blah, blah. Sorry, let me start over. The department is supportive of the AMP SWIFT RNG pilot. Can you tell me why?
The department's supportive of the pilot for a couple of reasons. One, allowing Xcel to buy the environmental attributes allows the project development to occur and to happen. And so we think that some of NGIA is learning from the pilots for the utility to scale those more broadly. But there's also a market signal for investment in these types of projects. Manure is a particularly difficult one to do because the farms are small and distributed, and the costs associated with doing manure versus like a landfill gas tend to be higher. And so it's one where we really need to support support investment in the market so that we can bring down the cost through technology development to support RNG manure production or RNG production from manure. It's also a good emissions reduction opportunity because it provides the manure management side and creates a market for a product produced from proper manure management procedures. I think also, again, just at a high level consistency with the decisions that we made on the CenterPoint side, we allowed CenterPoint in that decision to buy environmental attributes. We want to be consistent that if we're going to allow Xcel to buy gas unbundled or attributes unbundled from gas, we need to be allowing Xcel to do it as well.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Steinhauser, anything additional to add explicitly on the AMP Swift project? I like that it's, for small dairy farms. I know that it's not our charge to figure out how manure is handled, but I know that for the state of Minnesota, it is an overarching, it sort of, as Dr. Lieb said, would help with emissions reductions, and there are other benefits that would help the state as a whole. So first I said, is there anything else to add explicitly on that pilot? And then my second question goes to related decision option, which someone else proposed, and the company said they were opposed to, but I think this helps demonstrate why real clear learning objectives from each pilot might benefit everyone. So, for example, that was recommended by another party in here, and I think you were opposed to it. But it might be a good I would recommend, I think, at this point that Xcel agrees to stating clearly what the learning objectives are of each pilot so that we all collectively can have a better understanding of why you're doing the pilot, and the public can then understand the attributes that you're hoping to achieve and stuff as well.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Edward Weinberg will respond.
So I think Chair Stephen, Commissioners, fully agree with the input from the department. So we also find that the AMP Swift project provides a really impactful emission reduction opportunity, and that you see with all of these dairy farm RNG opportunities. It's the avoidance of the methane that really creates the biggest emission reduction impact. Mm-hmm. And that's why we feel like these dairy RNG projects are so important to keep in the plan.
And
sorry, Chair.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but in the interest of keeping us moving, and then the decision option I was looking at that maybe you could provide comment on is 53. Ensuring that each pilot has clear learning objectives, at least for AMP Swift here, you could explicitly state what you just said and why you're doing that pilot, correct? Maybe Ms. Steinhauser could elaborate.
That is correct. So we're looking at decision option 53, I believe.
Yes. You said in your opening comments you were opposed to it too, so maybe it's encompassed in another one, but can you just kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, I think that the company was originally opposed to this because we have provided what we expect to be our learning objectives in our petition. If the commission would like us to restate those, we can do that.
Okay,
for each
good
pilot.
deal. Let's keep moving on to other RNG pilots.
Well, actually, Madam Chair, I hate to throw you off, but I do have quite a few questions on the farm one, so not surprisingly. Okay. So I don't mean to.
No, go ahead.
But you answered a few of them, but I still have quite a bit more. So that's okay.
Have at it.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes, your mute button is not working, so you just keep that in mind that I'm still here.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about AMP. I want to understand it because we dove into it lightly with CenterPoint, and Mr. Weinberg, I think you're a rock star, so you need to eat your mic, but you're doing good work, and I think this is important work for Minnesota, and so I want to have just a little conversation to understand these, and I dove a little deep into this one to understand it. So AMPS America, okay, is a RNG developer. I'm assuming they built their model out of California, just making some assumptions. And they've come here and they're working with dualies. Your definition of small and my definition of small farm are going to be a little different. We'll dive into that later. But we're familiar with the dualies project because of the fact that we cited the pipeline. And so I know these farm operations, already dealt with them in another docket. And by no means are they defined small, and I think Cure was actively engaged in that docket, saying these large farmers are going to get economic advantage in Minnesota because they're going to get these payments from California. And so that was all floating around here, and so I know that. They're not small, but that's okay. They're dairy farmers in Minnesota. They're Minnesota businesses, and you're trying to invest in that effort. But I need to understand what the effort is. And so AMP Americas is the developer. It came here and I think essentially worked with dualies to sign these 4 dairy farms. We won't define them. They're 4 Minnesota businesses that they signed on. And so I'm trying to understand who owns what, okay, and where you interject into that. And so start off with first, you're saying that you're going to buy 5-year offtake agreements, okay? Who are those offtake agreements with? Xcel's agreements are with.
Mr. Weinberg.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Tuma. I think you're correct in the way that you're describing the project. So AMP Americas is the RNG developer. They have signed contracts with the farmers to allow AMP Americas to build these digesters and connect them to the dualies pipeline for injection of the RNG. And so Xcel Energy would be an off-taker of the environmental attributes. Xcel Energy would not be investing in the infrastructure itself, but it would just be an off-taker of the attributes and would be signing a 5-year offtake agreement with AMP Americas as the developer of the project.
So likely behind that, AMP America has an agreement with these farmers that they're going to manage their attributes, which is the big money maker. A reason you're probably not able to buy the gas here is my understanding from the deal, dualies had already arranged a deal to sell the gas. And that's why the gas is probably not available to you. Is that your understanding?
We actually tried to buy the gas, and I was told by our gas purchasing team that because the system is not connected to our system, that we wouldn't be able to buy the physical gas commodity itself because of the different systems. So the dualies pipeline is not connected to the Xcel Energy distribution system.
Right. And when you buy these attributes, you're essentially saying, I'm going to have a 5-year deal with Ampers, and they're going to have to make sure they exist and they have their certification requirements that you actually look at then and make sure, in fact, you got 5 years of whatever attributes you paid in. Is that a California certification system, or are you using MRETs?
Yeah, so Commissioner Tuma, we would be using MRETs and renewable thermal certificates, otherwise known as RTCs, as the certification of the environmental benefits.
And is that what a California company would be using too? Are they basically, is MRETs the one that certifies it, or is this an agreement that you have with Ampers to use MRETs?
Yeah, so in the voluntary RNG market outside of the transportation market, my understanding is that most companies use MRETs, and RTC is as the certification of the environmental benefits. If the end use of the RNG is as a transportation fuel, then the RNG is eligible under the renewable fuel standards for the renewable identification number RINs. And if it goes into a low carbon fuel standard market like the one in California, then you can stack the RINs with LCFS credits. And so those are entirely separate from the MRET system, but capturing the same benefits.
Okay. And so AMP Americas, okay, is putting these things up for sale. I'm assuming, and which is what we understood when Dooley's came to us with this pipeline, was that they were selling them to companies in California, okay? My guess is that means that you're competing with them for these limited set of AMP America's RNG credits, for lack of a better term?
That's correct, Commissioner Tuma. The main market for RNG is still the transportation market. So the renewable fuel standard, California low carbon fuel standard market, that's the main market. And for Xcel Energy or another utility company to offtake RNG and the benefits, we would need to provide at least the same value to the developers as they could get in the other market for RNG.
So when a company in Walla Walla, Washington is coming to ask Ampers to buy some credits, are they getting 5-year offtake agreements, or are they buying it on a day-to-day market, or what's it looking like? I guess that's the curiosity I have. Are we kind of doing the same thing that a company from Walla Walla, Washington is doing?
My understanding of the transportation market is that because of the volatility, that the contracts tend to be shorter. So it's like a 1-year contract would be more typical in the transportation market. And that's exactly why the developers are interested in signing longer-term contracts with the utilities to provide some stability of the offtake. And so they would sell part of their RNG into the transportation market and part of their RNG into the voluntary market.
And that probably your competitive advantage you have probably over a company in Washington or California is the fact that you're going to pay a little bit longer contract. They'll give you a little bit less for the attribute, or charge you a little bit less.
That's exactly right, Commissioner Tuma. That's our main advantage is as a utility company, we can provide those longer-term contracts and provide the price stability to these developers.
And what relationship AMP Americas has to these 4 dairy farms is nothing you're really looking into. You're just assuming they worked it out. You don't care who owns the digester, who owns the manure or the byproduct of the manure. You're just there competing with a company from, California to sign up this attribute for a period of time.
Yes, and of course we do care about the farmers and making sure that they have those agreements with AMP Americas, but assuming that they have contractual agreements on the dairy manure offtake, we're supportive of the farmers getting that benefit through the AMP Americas developer.
Well, yeah, you want them to get the benefit. That's what makes you a rock star in rural Minnesota, is because you're helping grow the economy by making these contracts happen. So that's all good. That's all good. Now, I want to just compare that to what you're doing with regards to the Feller Farm in Sauk Center, okay, or south of Sauk Center. And I probably was the one that created this marketing tool that you all guys are using now, Small Family Farm, okay? This is a great family farm, by the way, so that they qualify for. These guys are you're a rock star, they're rock stars in the dairy business. Their facility is one of the most respected in the area. They have won awards galore for their feedstock and for their cattle. They're a great farm, owned by a family, 3rd generation, with 25 full-time employees, a 3,000 head herd, 3,000 milking cows, 6,000 head herd that they have, with a 28-stall carousel milking system, which is, by the way, if you ever feed milking systems, these are phenomenal, okay? The next generation of robot ones are more cool, but when these came out, this was the top of the line. So these guys are awesome, okay? But small, I don't know. That you know, the average dairy farm, if you just take total dairy cows divided by the number of farms in Minnesota, is 250. So as you market this, you know, small might be not the way you should be selling it. And so Mr. Weinberg, if I said anything incorrect, of your understanding what's going on there?
Commissioner Toomey, I agree that, you know, we can all have different interpretations of what is considered a small dairy farm. I think in the context of an RNG manure project, I think it is a small farm. And we've seen that a lot of the dairy farms of that same size as the Felling family farm, they struggle to be developed as an RNG project because of the costs and the size of the farm itself. Now, the developer that we're working with, Biogasco, they've come up with this idea of what they call the hub and spoke model, where you develop different farms, smaller in size, in the same region, and then connect them through a virtual pipeline to one central injection point. And I think that's really a breakthrough for the dairy farms of this size, of which there are multiple, that can benefit as kind of this hub and spoke model from the RNG benefits. And so that's why we're really excited about the Sauk Center project, is because this is a farm at this size that would struggle to be developed as an RNG project on its own, and now it's getting this opportunity through that hub and spoke model, and we fully support that.
And I think that is I'm glad you pointed out. I think that's the revolution here. A lot of these companies were coming from California, where yes, the Feller farm would be a very small in California, and so they were developing around 10, 20,000 cattle facilities, whole different scale, whole different deal that you're working with. And so to make it work in Minnesota's environment to help our family farmers out, we may have to be working with the larger ones. My hope is that we can figure out a similar kind of integration of and a market model that works with, say, for example, you go 5 miles down the road and you got the Redhead Creamery, okay? This is a young girl who went to the University of Minnesota, got her degree in marketing, learned how to make artisan cheese, and brought that back to the family farm of 250 head cow operation with an open pit manure facility. And so if we can help them with some sort of digesters to make that make sense, and we're doing a similar smoking thing, that's what, when we think of small, I think that's what most Minnesotans think of as small. And I'm hoping that as we do our lessons learned, Mr. Weinberg, we are thinking about that next level and not just assuming this is where we need to stop. And so I'm hoping as we think about these spoke and development systems, we're looking at dairy farms like the creamery about 5 miles down the road from the Feller place. Is that kind of where you're seeing it? And I'm hoping you are.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing in the RNG market is that the biggest farms are already being developed as RNG projects. Now we're going to that smaller size, such as the Felling farms. Once those are developed as RNG projects, we'll have to look at ways to then develop the smaller sized ones. So I think naturally we'll be going towards, you know, the solutions for the smaller projects as well. And I hope we can bring those forward in our next plan.
And that's been a tough thing because those small guys got to compete against the larger farms, and if the larger farms have other income resources, they can sell their milk for less, and it makes it tougher. And hence why Redhead Creamery did what they did. They wanted to figure out basically a farm-to-market type deal, and they have people at their farm. A great way to sell RNG is to, I hope CenterPoint's listening, so when they go look for that small dairy farm, that's the kind of farm you're looking for. People who are doing some innovative things on their small farm to keep their farm small, yet find ways to increase their revenue.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Actually, right now I'm okay. I'm just actively listening here, thinking through things, and I think the question I had earlier has been answered. So,
Okay, so on Pine Bend, are there questions from Pine Bend? Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, I do. And here's a question I have. There has been some folks talking about turning it into something different, but to the Xcel, why couldn't we, in this situation, make it an RFP? You got a budget for it, so you keep your budget, but require you to submit an RFP that Pine Bend could bid into, and maybe it's R&B about doing bundled RNG that gets into my distribution system, and let everybody bid into it. Probably Pine Bend's going to win, but so I'm curious, why wouldn't we do that?
Ms. Steinhauser. Or Mr. Wenberg.
Sure. So, Commissioner Tuma, I think it's a good question of why we didn't run an RFP process. I think that we initially were really focused on RNG projects that could either inject directly into our pipeline or through Northern Natural Gas or a third-party pipeline. And we were talking to developers that were developing projects in our areas, and we felt like we had a good handle on what these projects were that were being developed. And so as we mentioned in our petition, I think we looked at about 9 or 10 or so RNG projects that we modeled, shortlisted these 4, and we looked at more than that initially based on those conversations with developers. So we felt like we had a good grasp on what was being developed close to our system or directly injecting to our system. I think the main objection to running an additional RFP is time. And a lot of these developers we've been talking to for 2 years now about off-taking, and they're really eager to sign a contract. And I think that as a company, we do run the risk of not being able to sign a contract because the developers will just sell the RNG to the transportation market if we come back and say, now we need to run a solicitation process and we can't commit to the offtake.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Tuma, did you want to ask the department about that?
Yeah, they want to answer. I mean, they're the ones that got me. Instead of somebody being against it, why don't we do it?
So, and maybe Dr. Lieb, for decision option 10, explain again what your 10 is. Is that just for Pine Bend? And is it what Commissioner Tuma is getting at? There'd be an offtake agreement and then what would be that timeline that you're supporting?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. Yes, the department thinks that the Pine Bend project should be removed from the budget and that amount of budget should be put out for a formal RFP.
Oh, you didn't support the entire Pine Bend project.
That's correct, Chair Sieben. The department's position is that there's already RNG production there. It's just being used for the power sector instead of the gas sector. And there's no additional market growth or learning that would come from putting that gas into the gas system versus putting it into a generator?
Along that lines, part of it is, can we get into getting more of it into the distribution system? So yeah, whether it goes into the generator or into the distribution system, I guess was not that innovative. But I suppose there might be some learning though if we say, could we create an RFP system where people could compete? And if they did, and happens that the Pine Bend landfill was the winner, I would hope you'd be okay with that. I think that's part of the part I was worried about too. We're rejecting this proposal. I would rather say let's not allow it to go forward as it is, but turn it into an RFP. So we're not saying that they can't compete in it. Would you be bothered by if we did create an RFP system and they won?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, the department would, I think, hope that the RFP selection would look at both the bid price competitiveness and also the value of the pilot in terms of learning opportunity and benefits to ratepayers, emission reductions, and if Pine Bend was still the best project after considering those requirements in the RFP, certainly we wouldn't be opposed to the project, but to pick it without doing an RFP, given that it really doesn't fit the market growth or innovation requirements of NGIA, seems inappropriate. We'd rather the company take that amount of funding and put it towards an RFP.
And so they could put it towards an RFP, but you say that RFP probably, if it allowed Pine Bend to win, wasn't a good RFP. It wasn't a good program, I should say, is what you're saying.
Commissioner Tuma, or Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think the department's understanding of NGIA is that it should be creating market investment, innovation, and as we said, there's already RNG being produced here. There's nothing challenging or technical about combusting RNG. It's equivalent to natural gas as long as it's upgraded appropriately. So putting it into a electric generator on site versus putting it into the distribution system provides no additional learning, provides no investment in the state to grow the RNG market. I think we agree. An RFP that picks this one probably is a poorly designed RFP in the sense that it's something that's supposed to be compliant with NGIA, which is not just least cost. It's looking at pilots for the purpose of innovation and market investment.
So
I get what you're saying now. That's all I was thinking. We could just turn the budget in and say, give us a RFP for someone to inject RNG into the distribution system. You would want something more in an RFP. And is that something that then would have to be developed later or in this process? That's part. We really don't have anything that we can off the shelf drop in here that companies agree to.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think that's correct. We would need to get an RFP that was approved. I think you could come up with a new decision option to read on Wednesday night about having the company propose that RFP for approval by this week.
And
so that would be something that would work in this Innovation Act paradigm. Is we could say to them, look, we don't like this project, but come up with a budget that has more, come up with a proposal that has more details about innovations and have a negative checkoff or something like that with the department and OEG or whatever.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, that would be fine. Yeah.
Ms. Steinhauser, my follow-up question for the Pine Bend proposal then is, what are, for you or Mr. Weinberg, what are the explicit learning objectives for Pine Bend? Like off the top of your head, give me one or two bullets of why you think the commission should include Pine Bend in its gas innovation plan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. This is the only RNG project that is directly connected to the NSP system. And for a point of clarification, it did do a RNG to electricity that has been decommissioned, and it is now only a RNG to gas project. And it is taking landfill waste and transforming it into RNG. And so for us, that in Minnesota, again, another Minnesota-made fuel, we don't think that an RFP process would uncover, especially given our knowledge of the market, another Minnesota-based project like this that's connected to our system.
So it's landfill gas that's going into the gas distribution network kind of directly.
Directly, yes.
Directly.
Into the NSP system
Into the
specifically.
NSP system. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on Pine Bend? Then the Sherco 5 megawatt project. Just questions around that? Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Okay, so I need a little more information on the background of this operation. I tried to read it through the affiliate interest. I didn't see any technical information there. So which boiler is serving this customer as of now?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, Sherco Units 1 and 2 are currently serving the customer for 99% of their steam needs. The aux boiler is a backup to a backup, so it's about 1% of the steam.
Okay, so are these rate-based, those boilers?
I believe that they are, yes.
Okay. So with Sherco 1 and 2 retired, and what will be the rate base on this boiler? Will it be just removed from the Xcel rate base, or is it going to stay within the Xcel rate base?
My understanding is that right now we do not have a decommissioning plan for the aux boiler in 2030 when the rest of when Sherco retires.
So in that case, potentially Xcel need to file another affiliate interest if there is any change in the existing rate base to the other part, right?
To the extent that we needed to do that, we would, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I know the answer, but I'll ask. Why Xcel cite this in the Sherco area?
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. There are a number of reasons. It's renewable energized electrolyzer, so being able to directly use the Sherco solar facility to power the electrolyzer. There are equipment and siting requirements for hydrogen, and based on our initial analysis, the Sherco facility equipment, water supply, siting meets those requirements. There's also some timing requirements with hydrogen PTCs and when the renewable needs to come online. Sherco, again, based on our initial assessment, meets those requirements. So in order to, on top of that, the hydrogen will then be injected directly into our system. So there's the learnings of the electrolyzer and powering and the equipment and all of that, and then there's the blending into our own boiler at our own facility, which is then primarily used right now to heat the Sherco facility.
Okay, thank you. So this is a little bit off, but I'll ask anyway, because Xcel Electric side has a significant concern with the curtailment and then congestion in the southwest Minnesota. Why a company wasn't considering that area as one of the site to site this electrolyzer rather than Sherco area? Because you already have a renewable right down there, and then we have a very significant concern with the congestion and curtailment of the renewables.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. I would, we have Ashley Britton on the WebEx, and she's very closely ingrained in this project, so I would ask her to come online and answer for you.
Ms. Britton, welcome. Please state your name for the record and then go ahead.
Chair Stephen and Commissioners, Ashley Britton, Xcel Energy. So Sherco was chosen for all the reasons stated, as well as your question, Commissioner Hom, regarding the congestion issues. The Minnesota Energy Renewable Connect transmission line is actually part of the reason why we chose Sherco, and that is to bring some congestion from that area to Sherco as the interconnecting point, as Sherco is the interconnecting point to MISO. So we did look in that area, but the problem that we found is we wanted to find a location that not only had the renewables available, but also had on-site offtake availability. And that was to reduce costs for storage, deliverability, and we felt like Sherco had those things. There is not a lot of locations in the Southwest area that has on-site renewables that meet 45, that we believe meet the 45 EPTC, and also has on-site offtake available. Another thing I would like to add why Sherco is so important is because the city of Becker, being that it is currently coal-generated site, with the energy transition, we wanted to make sure that the community that we cited our hydrogen project benefited, as well as the employees. So I think that it is a really good location for skill advancement, as well as the community to learn more about hydrogen and the role it could play, and then also to show other communities that, hydrogen has been accepted and possibly could be duplicated in other locations.
Okay, thank you. Along the line of the answer, I have a concern with only Becker area and Sherco area being considered as a concerned area for the energy transition. I have a significant concern with the rural community, which is hosting our transmission line project. Those communities are bearing the extra burden. In addition to this Sherco area, those people, I'm not arguing that they are not bearing the burden, but also those rural community is bearing extra burden of hosting this transmission line. They should be also considered for the economic developments and the jobs creation. So in the future, if you're expanding, scaling this one, I hope Xcel is considering Southwest Minnesota or any other community who's hosting this transmission line should be considered as a part of this project. I'll go on to the next question on this one, on that potential affiliate interest issue that I think a lot of parties has a concern with. So if you don't build this electrolyzer, what is your current contract with this off-taker?
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Chair Stephen. Stepping back, like I said, the industrial customer here is not directly served by the aux boiler unless it's a backup to a backup. So the company believes that discussion about the customer is largely irrelevant to this project. The contract itself is for steam, so the electrolyzer is irrelevant to the contract that we have with the customer.
So in other words, you have to buy gas and provide the steam to this customer if you do not have a Sherco 1 and 2 or all other coal plants are being retired.
We have to pay, yes, it's the cost of fuel
Okay.
to provide the steam.
So this customer is not getting any benefit from it other than just getting steam at the agreed upon price.
That's correct.
Okay. Now then, Xcel affiliate and Xcel Energy in this, when you are providing this gas or hydrogen to these Xcel affiliates, non-REC, what is the price? What are you charging to that customer? I'll call it customer, your non-REC as your customer.
So a couple things going through my head. The terms of the contract itself are trade secret. So I'm not sure how to directly answer your question. but it is the cost of whatever fuel is providing that is being burned to generate the steam that it passes through to the customer.
Will it be just a pure commodity price, or will it include the transportation and distribution cost?
That is a question I do not know off the top of my head, but I can get the answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Because without that, I think I agree with the other party which has concern if Xcel is only charging commodity price, not charging transportation or distribution, there's a potential gap on this affiliate interest. But if Xcel is fully charging this non-REC portion at full price, including transportation and distribution cost, I don't see any difference between this Xcel non-REC buying gas from the commodity market or getting from this. So that's why that's critical for me to hear what's going on there.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. I am Al Krug with Xcel Energy. I just want to make sure I understand the question first. Are you referring to what the unregulated entity, how we reimburse our the regulated entity, or are you referring to the contract with our end user?
No, I already complete the end user question. This is about between Xcel non-reg and Xcel. What is the gas price Xcel gas is charging to this non-reg? Is it commodity price or commodity plus transportation and distribution cost?
I believe we are simply paying the commodity price, but that would be subject to check.
Okay, that was my understanding in reading it. In that case, I think we have a significant concern because if non-reg buy commodity from the market, non-reg has to pay for transportation and distribution.
Commissioner, just a couple of things to note there. As Lauren indicated, the amount of time that there'll be any gas used for the purposes of serving LPI, who is the steam host, who is the steam recipient, is very small. And so just to indicate, it's primarily, and just to clarify, there's currently, Sherco 2 is retired, so the steam is most of the time, or 99% of the time, coming from Sherco 1. We are also working to connect Sherco 3 so that there are two sources of steam. So the vast majority of the time until those units are retired, the steam will be coming from one of the, basically from either Sherco 1 or Sherco 3. That said, so in that small percentage of time that it's used specifically to serve the steam host, there is and again, subject to check, we're paying the commodity charge. That will be in a very, very unusual circumstances.
Yeah, but still, I think that's not fair to ratepayers because Xcel non-reg supposed to buy this from the market, then has to pay transportation and distribution. Meantime, Xcel gas is selling it at the commodity. So there is a clear gap.
And certainly that could be looked at. I would just point out that it really has very little to do with the addition of the electrolyzer. It's really a separate issue. Certainly if the agencies or whomever want to look at that affiliate interest agreement and make changes to that or recommend changes to that, we're certainly willing to do that. And a good place to do that would be in the rate case that we currently filed.
So in that case, what will happen to this gas produced by electrolyzer when this boiler is not using this gas?
Commissioner Hom, Chair Sieben. Are you referring to once the facility retires?
No. My question is, in our conversation, gas from the electrolyzer will be used very minimal amount. So are you going to produce gas in meantime? And then if you're producing gas, what will happen to that gas?
So the aux boiler is primarily used to heat the Sherco facility.
So you're going to burn this gas to heat the boiler, whether you are going to use it for this customer or for the company.
Correct. So it's primarily being used for the company, and in the event that it needs to be used as a backup to the backup for the customer, then it is used. But that is a very, very small percentage of the time.
Okay.
I was just wondering if, apologies, but perhaps our subject matter expert on the project may know what happens when, in fact, it's not being used to supply the steam host. If Ashley knows the answer, we'd welcome a response.
Chair Stephen, Commissioners, I would say that is a very good question. One thing we did look into, I would like to remind everyone, too, that this project is really in its conceptual phase. So after commission approval, we would move into a feasibility study where we would determine the optimal production, storage. A lot of the questions that you have would be worked out in this feasibility study, as well as the optimal capacity factor to determine the amount of hydrogen we can produce with the 5 megawatt electrolyzer. Our initial analysis, when we had some internal meetings with the boiler manufacturer and operations at Sherco to discuss this project, and we found that we would, with the amount of hydrogen we're producing and the amount of hydrogen the boiler systems use, there would not be, it would be about up to a 10% blend of hydrogen comparable to the natural gas usage. Now that percentage changes with how much gas is being used in the boiler. So obviously in the summertime, there wouldn't be as much gas used in the boiler to heat the building. But we do think that based off of our internal conversations that it would be used still as, it is still used as a backup to the coal units. And, but yes, we also would need to do more detailed planning on that. Another good benefit, I would say, of us being the producer and the off-taker is that we can, with using renewables, the energy to power the electrolyzer is variable. So we can take, those variability times, and maybe we would have to look into that and then determine the use during the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you. Then can Xcel identify which docket this overall issue should be discussed? I don't think this affiliate interest docket may not be the right docket, but we clearly need to discuss about potential 216B50, because if you are handing over this boiler to the non-REC, right? And then affiliate interest, and then you are divesting your asset to the non-REC, potentially you have to file. Well, it depends on the price. I don't know what the price will be. But can Xcel identify right dockets that in near future to deal with overall this issue, potentially including this affiliate interest?
Commissioner Hom, I would have to refer that question to Lauren.
Yeah, thank you, Al, and they are discussing.
Commissioner Hom, Chair Sieben, like Mr. Krug mentioned, if there's talking about the affiliate interest agreement, we could do that in the rate case. If at a later date there are other amendments that need to be made, we could make a filing into a separate docket for the affiliate interest agreement specific to this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, any other
Just real quick, Madam Chair, just real quick, before we leave this, I don't just do affiliated interest filing connected with this because it seems like there's a substantial change to whatever agreement. So it seems like you would reduce the risk by just saying, yeah, if we're going to make this kind of changes, we'll file an affiliated interest docket on this because there's a substantial change.
Commissioner Tuma, I don't believe there is a substantial change either to the contract or to the affiliated agreement. As we said, I mean, the way we reimburse, what we've proposed here and what's in the current affiliate agreement is to reimburse the regulated entity for the cost of fuel. That would continue to be the case, and what we've proposed here, to the extent that the electrolyzer provided some fuel, we would reimburse at the price of gas, and thus make the regulated entity whole in that way. So I'm not sure that there is a significant change in the affiliate relationship.
Okay, enough of questions around it that it might be easier to do, but I'll let you guys figure that out. Thanks.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Thank you. I want to just put this all in my brain. First of all, there is currently steam going to Liberty Paper that is waste steam. And because the power plants are retiring, Xcel is trying to figure out how do we continue that relationship because that's valuable for Liberty Paper. Is that right, Mr. Krug or Ms. Steinhauser?
Commissioner Sullivan, that is essentially right. As we, maybe just for a point of clarity, the aux boilers were put in to replace much older aux boilers. It really was not intended. They're currently in regulated rate base. They were not put in to serve the LPI. However, they are able to in a small percentage.
They have a system for.
Wait, Commissioner,
they have a system.
let me just interject here for a second. I think some parts of this are trade secret. And so, Mr. Krug, is anything like been said that you're uncomfortable with now that you need to slow us down?
Commissioner Sieben, not yet.
Okay, sorry.
I'll certainly
Go ahead.
I'll certainly jump in if that's the case.
Okay.
Now let me
I'll
just
keep
back
it
up.
light.
I've lost my train of thought. I apologize, but beyond, so the coal units will Sherco 1 between now and 2030. Sherco 1 and Sherco 3 will be retired. Beyond that, our current agreement with with LPI goes to 2035. However, there are a variety of both parties have the ability to terminate the agreement and I won't go into all the various termination options, but there is the ability to terminate. It's possible that we could develop a new source, or that LPI could develop their own way of generating steam. They certainly have that ability. They also could have built their own boilers as well, and they could still do that if they chose to.
So, okay, thank you, Mr. Krug. I just want to make sure that from the perspective of those aux boilers, they have a system reason for their existence, right? I mean, that's why they're a rate-based resource.
That's correct.
Right. And from Liberty Paper's perspective, they just need the steam. They don't care how you make it, right? I mean, you make it in a coal boiler, you make it in a nuclear power plant, you make it with a hydrogen, electrolyzer, they don't care. Is that right?
That is true. They all they care about is steam. They're one of the largest recyclers in the state, and they use the steam to essentially recycle old cardboard and turn it into new cardboard. That's essentially what they do.
Right.
There's a fixed price of steam that they will pay us, and there is a essentially a rider, if you will, if in fact the cost or the price of either oil or natural gas goes above a certain price, and that is trade secret what that price is, then we can adjust the price. But essentially,
that seems fair, right? I mean,
it would be highly unlikely, and again, that would only be in the case of the aux boiler. So essentially, you're right. The answer is yes. They don't care about the source. They're paying a fixed price for steam.
Yeah. So, but so that's helpful to me. So then, from the perspective of the affiliated interest agreement, from the perspective of sorry, I have things binging at me right now, if everybody can hear that. But from the perspective of the affiliated interest agreement, from the perspective of the company, you just want to continue serving them steam. And from the perspective of MGIA, this looks like an opportunity where you could create steam using a hydrogen electrolyzer and use NGIA to fund that, right? I mean, like the company's not going to get anything more from it being hydrogen. They don't care. Like is that right?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, the one correction to that I would make is it wasn't to create steam; it was to create the gas to feed into our system. We actually weren't thinking about that customer.
Right. But it's antecedent to the creation of the steam. It's like the coal hydrogen is replacing coal today, basically. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
So I look at this as this is all an innovative way to get steam to the company, and I'm just kind of trying to pack this into my brain with everything I've heard. I do want to know, though, this seems highly relevant to an industrial user. So my question for you is why does everybody, when we're cost allocating it, it doesn't seem that it should go to anyone other than the large industrial class, because they're who would benefit from the learnings from this. I think that's the system benefit.
Ms. Steinhauser, so you say you're not opposed to 15, and that's Commissioner Sullivan's question, right? Commissioner Sullivan, either 15 or modified 15, aren't you okay with that?
Yep.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, we are not opposed to 15. Our original cost allocation had been coming from the perspective of this is fuel that is going into the Sherco facility that is primarily used to heat the facility, so that's a rate-based asset. And
I see.
We're not thinking about that industrial user, but we are not opposed to 15 if that's the way the commission wants to go.
Okay.
Before we go,
thanks.
Go off of this, Ms. Campbell came on, which I assume means you'd like to say something about the discussion here. Ms. Campbell, please state your name and let us know your thoughts.
Nancy Campbell with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Just wanted to quickly weigh in and say we think that the affiliate interest requirement under 11 might make a lot of sense, because we could address the transport and distribution cost concerns that Commissioner Ham raised, and we also think we could address the lack of getting the steam revenues and other revenue in an affiliate interest filing, and we could kind of get into that, and that could be rolled into the rate case. So I think the affiliate interest filing might help address some of the concerns that we heard.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I think we should take a lunch break. If we come back at 5 after 1, is that enough time for everyone? Or 10 after 1? 10 after 1? The commission stands in recess until 1:10. The commission will come back from its recess, and as the way it normally happens, now that we've all had lunch, we're ready to keep things moving. And so the hope here, folks, is that we can finish by, 3 o'clock? Commissioner Sullivan, you want to finish earlier or later?
Actually, much later. I'm hoping to finish by 11 p.m. tonight.
You can just keep talking.
I did have a question when we're
Okay,
ready for
we're
that.
gonna, are you on, go ahead.
On Sherco.
Okay, we're going back.
Sherco Steam.
Back to Sherco.
I just wanted to ask a question about, I thought the OAG did raise a good point in the record about, how they're depreciating or how they propose to depreciate the assets, and that could be out of sync with, the contract that they have with the off-taker. And I'm just wondering, how does the company, has it thought through how we could avoid a stranded asset, or how, if the company could talk to that, I'd like to hear from them, their response on that.
Beyond how they Xcel, you explained, I think Commissioner Sullivan's question is beyond Commissioner Ham's new decision option. What other ideas do you have, I think?
Yeah. And I know that some of this is trade secret, so that's why I was kind of trying to ride over the specifics on it. So if they could just so they know.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. I will give it a shot. I think obviously we're obligated to manage a potentially stranded asset, and I think Commissioner Han's proposal is I think that's where he's trying to go, is to make sure we are trying to prudently manage that. It's true the asset will depreciate. In 2030, the asset will no longer be needed for, meaning the aux boilers will no longer be needed for the coal units. And so at that time, something will have to happen if, in fact, we would continue to use that to serve the customer. At that time, we would have to submit a new affiliate agreement to address that, because obviously the regulated utility would no longer need that asset.
And you can't just easily pick up a hydrogen electrolyzer and move it someplace else, Mr. Krug.
That's correct. I think however, as I think Ashley might be able to talk more about, might be able to find another a steam user in the area. So.
But, okay, Commissioner Sullivan.
I guess one thing that I mean, in terms of, what you can say at a high level, what kind of assurances do you have that, this company is going to be there? I know they signed a long-term deal, but, there are out clauses, and since these are ratepayer assets or will be ratepayer assets, like what kind of assurances can you give me that, I can keep it in the realm of a possibility, and not think of it as something that's likely to happen?
I can take this one. Chair Stephen and commissioners, so during the feasibility study, we would do a risk assessment, and that would analyze potential risks such as the stranded asset risk as well as mitigation strategies. And some mitigation strategies that I can think of being that the hydrogen production would be sited at Sherco is there is approximately 1,800 acres surrounding Sherco that can be used for commercial or industrial use, including it's already been publicly announced that data centers are looking to build near Sherco as well. So I think, although we do not have an established offtake agreement with an industrial user at this time, that is something that we believe we have sufficient time to implement the Sherco hydrogen project, gain the understanding of the technology, the safety requirements, the operational requirements, storage requirements in the short term, as well as during this time keep looking for additional offtake opportunities, which could turn out to be an industrial partnership to help decarbonize their operations.
Commissioner Hom and then Commissioner
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So some follow-up to it. Xcel Energy will have a synchronous condenser at the site, right? After the coal plants are retired, your Sherco Unit 2 will become the synchronous condenser.
I would defer to Ashley Britton on that question.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, I currently do not have the answer to that question, but it's something I could try to get internally and get back to you with.
No, I mean, thank you. I know the answer. That's why I was just asking. But given that, what kind of fuel are you going to use for that synchronous condenser?
I do not have any information on the condenser unit at Sherco.
So unless we are using...
This is not in relation to the hydrogen project, correct?
No, I mean, what I am potentially suggesting solution is if it is using natural gas to run it, it can be used, I mean, this gas can be used to run that one. I don't know which fuel are you going to use to run that synchronous condenser. That's why I was just asking. There are possibilities in other things on the site, and that's why I need to see a clear picture from Xcel and what is your plan? Because it's a clean fuel rather than burning the natural gas, the geological natural gas. Burning this one might be consistent with our statute. So,
Chair Stephen and Commissioner Hom, that's a very valid point, and I think that's something that we would take into consideration when we do the risk assessment, and we would look at other opportunities such as that. I'm not sure if the condenser unit can handle a hydrogen blend, so that we would have to look into all those details and then determine. But that's a good suggestion.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, along that lines, if at some point it becomes more of a benefit to our electric ratepayers, maybe you build a small, peaker plant there and use it there. That would be the gas company would have to then transfer it to the electric company, and that would be a filing we would have to deal with at that time. So it's not just the steam that we have to worry about, it being the possible solution. It could be, should I say, worry about, think about, we use it for the electric system. The theory behind these things is we put them by solar facilities and use them to use excess energy when we can and learn from that, and then hopefully use a peaker plant when the sun isn't shining. That was always the theory that I was taught. So there's a potential that we could actually sell this to ourselves. So I don't know if that's in consideration, but that's part of the learning experience, which is probably not a gas learning experience, but it's still a learning experience.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, exactly. So auxiliary boilers are used within Minnesota at other power generation locations. So if this works and it's successful, we could possibly replicate this at other gas power generation locations to help displace some of the natural gas use in the auxiliary boiler systems there as well.
Enough said, Madam Chair.
Anything else on this topic, commissioners? Okay, then moving on to the forest management plan. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I have a question for Xcel, or maybe one of the parties that is more skeptical of the tree programs. But I'm wondering, what is the difference between Xcel's tree program, the Green Cities pilot program and center points? Is there any difference? Is it fundamentally the same or similar?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, for the Green Cities Accords pilot, which is pilot 8, it's the same project partner, Green Cities Accords, and I believe since CenterPoint made their proposal, they have extended into St. Paul, which is our gas service territory. And so we have asked for our plan to support trees planted in St. Paul to the extent possible. From otherwise, from like a program operational standpoint, they are very similar. It's working with the same partner, same idea that you're planting trees and maintaining trees for 25 years. Location is there.
Well, okay, that's helpful. I mean, and I know we touched on this a little bit more, so maybe I have a similar answer. But what do you suppose you'll be learning differently than CenterPoint is? I mean, I kind of have a way of looking at pilots where we authorize the expenditure because we want to learn something new. We want to have learnings, and I think that's one of the points that it's really, or reasons why it's really important that the learnings from pilots are shared widely. So I mean, I'm generally supportive of using trees as mitigating, carbon emissions. But I'm kind of wondering, what will Xcel learn new and differently that they can't learn from CenterPoint? From my mind, I'm kind of more interested in the project that you're looking at with Boyce Fort. Feels to me like there's something new that could be learned there. But
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, it's one thing to see and hear about someone doing something. It's another thing to do it yourself and go through the process of, the carbon capture offsets credits, what those look like, how we internalize and then credit those to the company and to our customers. Going through that process, I think, is very valuable. Yes, we could learn whether through CenterPoint, the funds that Green Cities Accord says it's going to use is going towards the trees and that type of thing. But I think, so there's that learning piece of the doing, not just the seeing. We also, a significant portion of this budget is going towards biofuels. 8% of the budget is towards carbon capture, but 20% of the emissions reductions is coming from carbon capture. So one of the other things that we are trying to motivate is looking at the incredibly low abatement cost of carbon capture in the bigger picture. And if the Green Cities Accord process can bring, the benefit of those offsets to our communities, to our service territories as well, and is actually leading to the additionality that we're looking for, right? So actually planting lots of trees and not just planting them, but upkeeping them for 25 years. We think that is valuable to know and to support, and again, to kind of build up this market. And then the ILTF pilot brings other things to the table, and we can talk about that if you want to. But specifically as to Green Cities Accords,
it's helpful to understand your perspective on it. One of the things I was also wondering is, I think CenterPoint's contribution. One of the reasons that I was interested in it is that it was. We're not putting all of our, poker pieces on red. We're putting some in. I'm using the wrong gambling terms. I'm not really much of a gambler, so I think I used Charles is a gambler, so he knows what I'm saying. But I see that expression, Katie. I guess what I'm asking about really is fundamentally, your budget is much larger than what CenterPoint's was, and I'm kind of trying to put my head around that.
And do you support then, first answer Commissioner Sullivan's question.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. Yeah, the budget allotment question is an interesting one. If The assumption is that the utilities should be using their budget in the same way. Then that is a decision that the commission can make. We have taken, as we've said, a portfolio level approach, right? So we have, we are investing in every type of innovative resource that the NGIA plan sets out. And we have allotted those costs in a way that we think maximizes the goals of the NGIA, which is reduction of emissions, reduction of throughput, supporting local communities, EJA areas, jobs. So we're looking at it really holistically, and our position was for the amount of budget that we are putting towards these, the emissions reductions are substantial, and that is worth the budget value that they're being given in the context of our broader portfolio.
Okay. Maybe I just would want to hear the counter position on that. I think Ms. Hinderly, probably the most vocal advocate against it. Ms. Hinderly?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan. I think most vocal is probably what most people call me all the time. So, but I will, CUB also took a position on this, so Ms. Carroll can speak to it as well. I think this is why we ended up with 180,000 modification, which is in our proposed pathway, which does, still provide Xcel to get the learnings, but it does limit it to the level that CenterPoint, for a much larger utility, this is sized down for just Green Cities to be 180,000. And so, that's a reasonable compromise. And I'll, if the commission will allow it, I'll let CUB add anything that they want to.
Let's just keep not turning it over to.
Apologies.
What about, Ms. Hinderly, does your modified 24 also limit when you're reducing the overall size, does it reduce the cities so that it would be only in Xcel service territory? Because that, I know Xcel just said that they were doing it to the extent possible, but it's pretty loose in my estimation. And also, I don't think you commented on the tree forest management plan, but that's definitely not in Xcel's service territory is my understanding. And was wondering if you saw any parallels there between trees planted or maintained in the gas utility service territory.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, for that question. So we commented quite a bit on the lack of, the nexus to the service territory for both pilots. And I think that's certainly, a consideration that the commission should make. I do think that the ILTF program is more different than CenterPoint's, which is why in, kind of our proposed pathway with CURE and CUB, we ended up including that. But I think we would be very supportive of limiting expenditures to trees that are in either, I believe that there's, the city of St. Paul has credits available, as does Hennepin County. I know that Xcel has service territory in both of those locations. The city of St. Paul, I think, is probably more comprehensive. And I understand that Xcel has indicated, I think, that they would be okay with that. So, but I think putting it in an order would make sense.
Yeah, and then
Can I
go ahead? Sorry, Commissioner Sullivan.
just a follow up on this is, Ms. Hinderly, you had indicated was the number sized down to Xcel was 129 or was it 40? It was quite a bit less, right?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan. The number sized down for Xcel for just Green Cities is 180,000. Sized down for the amount of kind of carbon sequestration projects for tree planting or forest management. That's what we had originally. So that's 24 for Green Cities, which ends up being 45,000 for Green Cities. And then the equivalent of that for ILTF is in 19. So there's options in the decision options for both sizing down, kind of tree planting and forest management as a whole, and then just the Green Cities Accord, if that's just sized down for CenterPoint. So those are all options that are included in the staff's decision options.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm looking at the table on page 54 here, so thank you. I guess the question for Ms. Steinhauser and the company is, with a smaller budget, how much of a go could you could you make at it? I mean, how much are you gonna?
If you mean just for the green cities, the cord, Commissioner Sullivan, Ms. Steinhauser?
Yeah.
I'm going to defer this question to Nick Martin.
Hi, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. We've looked at that $180,000 budget amount. It would be about a 75% reduction in our budget. It would cut us down from about 15,000 tons to 3,500 tons. So, you know, it's true that with offset projects, you can sort of scale your investment. We think that would be a disappointing decision in the sense that these are really cost effective in terms of greenhouse gas abatement cost. Ms. Steinhauser mentioned that, you know, getting 20% of the reductions in our plan for 8% of the budget. So we don't, you know, from the standpoint of really cost-effective greenhouse gas reductions, in addition to all the equity benefits of that Green Cities Accord project, we would oppose scaling it down, but those are the numbers.
And state your name for the record, Mr. Martin.
I'm sorry, Nick Martin with Xcel Energy.
And what are the equity benefits if you're not specifying it to particular neighborhoods? Or if it's only in St. Paul, are you saying all of St. Paul would be considered a environmental justice area, and that's why? Talk to me about what the equity benefits are.
Sure.
Explicitly in your language for green cities.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Sieben. So the project will have equity benefits whether it's limited to St. Paul or not. The equity benefits are primarily in terms of air quality, filtering of particulate matter, which is particularly impactful on residents of environmental justice areas. And yes, most of St. Paul and most of Minneapolis is classified as an environmental justice area by the Pollution Control Agency. There's also benefits in terms of low-income neighborhoods having less access to green space, so increasing green space, water quality-related energy burden
reduction.
reduction.
As a whole has it, I understand,
yes.
Right? But there's not specific direction to plant trees in particular neighborhoods or particular parks, for example.
So we have committed, whether it's in St. Paul or not in our gas service territory, we've committed with Green Cities Accord to seek planting locations that are within those kind of disadvantaged areas. I think if we would prefer to do it in St. Paul, and the only reason we're saying to the extent possible in our comments is that Green Cities Accord has a sort of a pipeline of projects planned out. And they are talking with the city of St. Paul. As long as those projects with St. Paul go through and are, you know, the city agrees to them and they're enacted in the next few years, Green Cities Accord has said to us that they're happy to sell us credits from those projects. And we would prefer that because we want those benefits to go within our gas service territory.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Commissioner Sullivan.
So I just want to go back to budget with Xcel. I'm just wondering, so CenterPoint's the approved proposal from CenterPoint's NGIA was it 300,000 ish, somewhere in that range, but yours is double that. So I mean, if we're learning similar things, why is the program more than twice as expensive? Is it because of the nature of? I mean, I'm literally asking, like, thinking about planting more trees in St. Paul. Does it? I don't. I'm just wondering.
Commissioner Sullivan, I think it goes back to the point I previously made about the portfolio level perspective for our plan. I don't know. I don't have a sense of what else CenterPoint was doing with their budget, but for our plan and for getting the balance of, again, the policy considerations and the diversity of portfolio elements, this is how we chose to allot the funds. And yes, the more that we give, the more trees, right? But
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm understanding that this has a very good abatement cost comparison, but that's based on assumption of this carbon reduction. Our staff included in the briefing papers article from something called The Guardian. I never read it, but it's got to be somewhat to the left of this world, because they say right next to the side article says Donald Trump Jr. accused of killing protected birds in a Venice lagoon. So I'm going to guess it's probably more admitting that global warming exists, but they have an article there that says, revealed more than 90% of the rainforest carbon offsets by the biggest certifier are worthless, analysts show. So I had the questions regarding the RNG ones, and I'm very pleased to see that MRETS is a key determiner of the reductions of carbons and the carbon credit scheme there. But what's going on here? Who's verifying for the? We'll just start with the Green Accord one. How is that verified? And are we confident that it is what it is at this stage? And whether you'd be willing to provide us with some compliance reporting, not just the number of trees, but something that helps us understand who's verifying it and that the verifiers are respected, or if there's any questions regarding their quality. This is a news report. It's obviously just that, but it does raise some concerns because all of a sudden that abatement cost positivity goes in the tank if we're only talking, say, 90% of the, it disappears.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. So I think every so often you see one of these exposés in the media. John Oliver did a really hilarious one. You could look up as well if you like. There's a lot of interest in like zeroing in on some bad projects and using those to paint the whole sector. And we think the actual situation is very different from that. You will find bad carbon offset projects for sure. Some of the projects on any of the credible registries have been subject to those kind of exposés. And so we have been really careful, and we don't just, we have sort of a set of criteria that we've used to select these projects that really goes way beyond what registry they're on. And so we're looking at the specific methodology, and I can say, in a minute I can say something specific to the Green Cities Accord. So we're looking at the specific methodology, making sure that methodology ensures that the credits are additional, permanent, verified. The registry has, very similar to MRETS, in fact, these registries have a publicly accessible location where the offsets are each given a serial number, and you have to retire them in order to be able to make any claim related to them. Once you retire them, no one else can use them. So that kind of infrastructure is similar to MRETS, as MRETS does for renewable energy credits. And then the registries also have a third-party verifier requirement where a third party that's independent of either Green Cities Accord or the registry is looking at the project and making sure that it's complied with everything in the protocol. That third-party verifier is usually also accredited by ISO, the International Standards Organization. So there's several layers of sort of safeguards against fake credit, so to speak. So, fake credits sometimes still get through. So we're not saying you can't find a bad project, but we're saying these are particularly good projects that we've chosen. Specific to the Green Cities Accord, they're using a protocol that's approved by the City Forest Credits Registry. That protocol, which establishes sort of the accounting for carbon offsets, was developed by some of the sort of national experts on urban forestry. So that protocol has to be followed, and so somebody doing that kind of tree planting project has to follow a fairly detailed set of directions to show that the accounting is conservative, the tons are additional, there's permanence mechanisms, all these things that have to be met. And then once they've done that, the registry looks at it, and then the third-party verifier looks at it. So there's kind of levels of checking on the project. That makes us fairly confident.
So I appreciate that you guys are willing to do alternative 20, but in addition to that, which is helpful because now you're actually seeing what's happening on the ground. It's not like we're buying a credit for a rainforest in Belize. It's close by, and that creates a comfort. But you're okay in there providing a discussion regarding any concerns that may be raised with regards to and monitor and report back any concerns regarding verification of the credits?
That's right, Commissioner Tuma. 26 is actually the one that's relative to Green Cities Accord, and we're fine with that. We're also fine with number 20, which is, or Xcel Alternative 20, which is for the Indian Land Tenure Foundation project.
And
yeah, I should have said both 20 and 26. Thank you. So, yeah, that's. I just wanted to know the one up in northern Minnesota that for other reasons has some concerns with the distance from your service territory, but it's still in state, and it seems like a good program. But are they using the same verification? Or this seems a little different animal.
Yes, Commissioner Tuma, it is a quite different project. It's not tree planting to start with. It's actually mostly about a managed forest where you're reducing harvest levels and you're achieving greenhouse gas reductions by basically having a significantly lower harvest level once it's enrolled in a carbon program than would be with otherwise. So it's different in that respect. It's also a different protocol and a different registry. The protocol is for improved forest management, and it uses sort of a dynamic baseline methodology, which we think is one of the innovative aspects. So pretty different project, but we have a similar level of confidence in the credits for that one.
the credit person, are you getting the credits through Vera, though? I think that's what the department pointed
Vera
out.
is the registry where that project intends to register the project. So yeah, the credits would be entered on and then retired on Vera.
That's the same organization that Commissioner Tuma was talking about, was cited in the department's comments in the Guardian story about having
That's
trouble with
correct.
the
And
tracking.
I do think there are some bad projects on Vera, but I don't think this is one of them. I think, the registry as a whole is not sort of tainted by a small number of projects, but those are the projects that they like to do media on.
Commissioner Sullivan.
This is a question for Mr. Martin and Xcel. Is if you are delaying the harvest of the trees, wood products oftentimes continue sequestering their carbon long after they've been cut down, become a chair or couch or paper or whatever. I'm just kind of wondering, you don't have to get into a deep discussion of it, but how does that all get accounted for, those different end uses? And it feels like, it's not like it's immediately burned, so. That's
right, Commissioner Sullivan. The weeds do get pretty deep on these protocols, so I'll try to stay on the surface. So the way any of these forest carbon protocols work generally is that you're tracking carbon sequestered in different what they call pools. So one pool is the standing trees, one is the soil, one is the dead wood, one is long-term wood products. So carbon that is being sequestered in long-term wood products is not treated as emitted to the atmosphere. You don't get credits for that. You're comparing a baseline scenario, which is kind of ongoing, maybe higher levels of harvest, to a project scenario with lower harvest. And if you don't get any credit, for example, for carbon that is in the baseline scenario with the higher harvest, that is when the trees are cut down and some of that goes into wood products, you have to account for that as a long-term durable. That's not treated as emitted carbon. Depending what the wood products are, they might have a different life. A chair versus paper, for example, would be treated differently, but those are not credited.
Why, Ms. Hinderly is nodding along. Ms. Hinderly, what was why on the overall Indian Land Tenure Foundation forest management pilot, what's your position? And don't feel bad about offending us if you feel like we boxed you in with our decision in Center Point, I guess, too.
Thank you, Chair Steben. I think, we had made largely a legal argument regarding it. However, in that legal argument, if you go back to our initial comments and our supplemental comments, we do reference a lot of the points that are being made here, such as Commissioner Sullivan pointing out the difficulty with, accounting for trees that are harvested and yet become, someone's house, right? Like that's very different than paper. So I think that we were very supportive of the department's, additional, kind of reporting requirements that they put around. I would note, so for decision option 20, we were supportive of that. Xcel alternative 20, I think has a little bit less stringent requirements because, it's only committing Xcel, I think, to the extent it can get the information. And I think we want to see some robust, examination of these programs by Xcel since they're giving so much ratepayer money to them. So
I'm a little I'm just skeptical of this project overall because I also don't see how it's scalable to a level that is beneficial for Xcel ratepayers. And so I'm having trouble understanding the scalability of this, Ms. Steinhauser. You'll get the project learnings, you'll see how much through the, methodology that's explained in here is carbon is not emitted by not cutting down trees. But how is that scalable for Xcel gas system as a whole, except as a way to say you're getting more carbon offsets in your overall NGA plan?
So, Chair Sieben, thank you for the question. I think it's in the improved forest management project.
But you're not a forest manager. I mean, you're a gas utility. It's just, I'm having a tough time with it overall. Why this would be a ratepayer expense versus not a program that should be funded by the state legislature, for example, through, state funding through a particular project. It's the piece that's coming out of. Anyway, sorry I interrupted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. It is a market support for this type of improved forest management. That's the innovative piece of this is finding ways to encourage improved forest management because of the incredibly low abatement costs associated with this type of carbon capture. It's also part of our portfolio because of the equity benefits. It's returning tribal land to the tribes. It's an environmental justice area. So for all those reasons and everything that Mr. Martin has already communicated, that's why we included it in our plan.
Okay. Let's move on to DEMCON and biochar. There were some questions about double counting and my first question to the department is there any reporting mechanism that Xcel could engage in analysis of the biochar pilot that would help alleviate concerns about double counting? Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sieben, I think the department could entertain some accounting mechanisms to try to alleviate the double counting concern, but that I don't think moves us to a position of supporting the pilot more generally. I think this is starting to become very much just a carbon offset, which we don't believe is really the spirit of creating things that are reducing emissions from natural gas end use envisioned by the policy itself.
Okay. Other questions on the biochar project from commissioners? Commissioner Sullivan?
So I'm wondering, for the company, is the biochar going to be produced independent of NGIA? Isn't it just moving forward already?
Who's that for? Xcel? Sorry, I didn't.
It's for the company. For the company.
Yes, Chair Sieben and commissioners. So the biochar component, it's a component of the DEMCON RNG project, and so the digestate that is formed as essentially a waste product from the RNG project is then used because DEMCON's technology added basically a gasification component at the back of the process to then gasify that digestate that then leads to the formation of the biochar and a syngas. And so the biochar piece, it's definitely linked to that whole RNG pilot itself. But I think the reason why we're so supportive of it is that currently the vast majority of RNG projects, they have a waste at the end of the RNG process, that digestate that comes out of the digester. DEMCON decided to have that gasification element at the back end, which then leads to the sequestration of the carbon as a...
So it's a fundamental component of the technology, right?
It's exactly, Commissioner Sullivan. It's really why we think this technology is so innovative.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So like for the department, I mean, you said that this is just kind of entering into a, you just look at this as kind of a straight, you said offset. Does that it comes out of the process itself, does that change your view at all? Or I'm just kind of struggling to see why it shouldn't be counted.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. The department understands where the company's at in terms of recognizing that this is potentially an innovative way to further draw down the emissions from renewable natural gas. I think where the department's struggling with this is understanding the scalability of this as it pertains to the overall gas system, and I think most importantly, just understanding that we want to be doing these pilots in a way that they're going to grow and overall result in significant emission reductions from the natural gas system. And the biochar seems like it's not the right first best use of ratepayer money for something that is going to be really scalable and result in a significant market growth.
So you think it's going to be scalable?
No.
And therefore it shouldn't. You don't think it's going to be scalable?
The department doesn't feel like this is going to be a significant scalable opportunity to reduce emissions from natural gas to end use.
And why is that? Why doesn't it feel that way? I mean, if we haven't done the pilot yet, isn't that what we're going to learn in the pilot?
If the commission's interested in it, the department could support the investment. I think the department would rather see investments in things that are going to be more tied to efficiency and electrification. Again, noting that Xcel's plan is very heavily fuel focused, and we'd like to see some of the budget moved more onto some of these other pilots that have been discussed around efficiency and electrification. And this one doesn't seem like it's going to provide the best learning opportunities.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to advanced methane leakage. It seems like there was a lot of support for this Xcel. I don't understand fully what is going to be in NGIA versus when it's going to be rolled out across your whole gas utility. And can you just talk us through that?
Yes, Chair Sieben, thank you for the question. So the plan is to use the pilot to ensure that this is the technology that we should be using for the emissions detection. And then the plan is to roll out in short order, ideally on or before 2030, AMLD to our whole system, assuming that the pilot gives us the results that we would expect.
Okay, and is that the department, CenterPoint has advanced methane leakage technology already system-wide, I thought. Isn't that why you said you were also supportive of this pilot and then are interested in seeing Xcel roll it out more system-wide?
The department is, or Commissioner Sieben, Chair Sieben, the department is supportive of this pilot as long as it moves forward on a reasonable timeline. This is something CenterPoint has been doing for a while, and we'd like to see the company commit to doing it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at too, and maybe it was Center for Energy and the Environment that said they should do it system-wide and not the department. But, so do you think supporting the pilot now as just a pilot is enough, I guess, is my question? It's not, like, my preference would be it's rolled out like system-wide now, but you're supportive of Xcel's proposal to say we have to test it and see if it works and then roll it out? Just seems like we're taking a long time to get to where we need to go, but I guess we need to see the learnings of the pilot
The
first.
department would need the if the company wants to do a pilot initially, I think they need to show how they're going above and beyond what CenterPoint is already doing. CenterPoint's doing some leak detection and repair, but not quantification of the leak rate, which would be needed to show a real emission reduction. And so I think if they want to do that, they should do it, but then they should scale it to the full system fairly quickly.
Okay, and are you supportive then of Xcel's alternative 31, which is to have Xcel in their final annual status report for this plan, so this is in a few years, I guess, tell everyone how they're going to roll it out as well?
Yes, the department would be supportive of that.
Okay. Any other questions on the leak detection, methane leakage? Then moving on to custom projects for large customers. Anybody have questions there? Commissioner Sullivan.
It's a question for the company. I know you haven't identified any projects yet, but I'm wondering if you could give me an example of something that you think would work. You said you were focused in on this area, like eco projects that were close, that didn't quite hit the cost-benefit analysis. We think they might work, but I'm just wondering if you can put a little flavor on this, since we don't have a lot to go with. And do you have any ideas of something that would be close? I mean, maybe this is also a question for Dr. Lieb, since the department regulates the eco program, but I just would like to have something visual that I could kind of sink my teeth into to mix metaphors.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Seaman, I'm going to actually see if Michael or Anthony want to address this one specifically.
Welcome back, Mr. Zajac.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon. I believe. Sorry, I'm just looking at this real quick. I believe we supported the idea of the company looking back at previous eco filings, as I'm sure they have plenty of information about other programs that, other things they pursued that might have just missed the cutoff or anything like that. I don't have that specific information at the time, and I don't know if our eco representative has that information available right away, but we could potentially try to get you something. The company might know more than I do.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah.
I'm tracking, you're supportive of having Xcel essentially like file why some projects didn't get into eco, and then that would be evaluated, yeah. So it could be potentially re-included in eco?
Absolutely. I think that could come right. I mean, that feels to me perfectly consistent with NGIA, and that would be good. I just like that. I'm just asking a real, this might be a question for actually Mr. Dufferin, and CEE might be able to have here's an example of a project that doesn't quite make it, but could. Since there wasn't a lot of opposition to this, I'm generally supportive of this. I just want to know, kind of feels a little bit like we're flying blind, not having a general idea of what could count. So,
Mr. Dufferin.
And I didn't see anything in the record that was illustrative of it.
Yeah, Chair. Excuse me. Hadn't talked in a while. Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan. We actually think this project belongs pretty much an NGIA. I don't see a lot of crossover the way the department or the company wrote the proposal with ECO. There's a lot of mention of industrial heat pumps in this write-up, which we don't see as market ready right now. We're not seeing those getting installed, and certainly not in eco projects right now. So we think this is pretty firmly a good project for NGIA.
Thank you.
Are you done? Anything else on this topic, Commissioner Sullivan? No?
Unless Mr. Mark wanted to say something too, right? But I feel pretty good with what Mr. Dufferin just said.
Mr. Mark, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And state your name.
Nick Mark with Xcel Energy. I think Mr. Dufferin accurately sort of described what it is we're trying to do. This project is really intended to support large customer projects that fall through the cracks of ECO. One of the primary cracks that we have encountered in the year or so of actually implementing ECO now is that is not so much cost effectiveness, but rather the requirement in statute that in order to count as efficient fuel switching, a project has to reduce a customer's net energy use. One of the challenges that presents, particularly in a Minnesota climate, is that while heat pump technologies are often highly efficient at relatively moderate temperatures, when things get extreme, they start to struggle. And often, in order to make sure that the customer has heat, whether it's for a process or for space heating, they need to have some kind of backup. So we've seen, for example, a customer that wanted to fully electrify their site would be moving off of natural gas entirely, but the way they were planning to do it was through the installation of an electric boiler, which is great from an emissions perspective. If the customer is willing to pay for the electricity, that's fine too. But because it would represent an increase in their overall energy use relative to the prior case, it can't be supported through ECO. We think it could potentially be supported through NGIA. And it's those sorts of things, whether it's that sort of electric boiler or, as Mr. Duffer mentioned, an industrial heat pump that isn't quite ready for wide-scale deployment. Those are the sorts of projects that we are really trying to find an avenue for here.
Those two are super helpful to me. I appreciate that. This is very helpful. Thank you.
So then, thank you. The next, sorry, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Chair Stephen. So go back to the industrial heat pump. Okay, I think I can understand for the space heating, but industrial heat pump used for the industrial use, you have a different way to achieve that one, including the waste heat recovery, and they can provide a lot more efficient and less energy intense. And there is a technology out there. That's why I was going to ask Mr. Durfin. You said there's a industrial heat pump is not available to use. In what sense that you are saying that it's not available? I know that it's available out there.
Commissioner Hom, if I said it's not available, I didn't mean to say that. It is more the expense of it. You're exactly right. It's the combination of heat recovery with the industrial heat pump, which makes it more efficient. It makes it a really good option to replace natural gas. And what we're just seeing so far in the marketplace is that it's very new as a technology, and it's quite expensive. And trying to get manufacturing companies in particular to change their way of doing work with an industrial heat pump is a market barrier. Educating them on it, demonstrating the cost effectiveness, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I understand the cost effectiveness can be a challenge because the natural gas price is so low. Given that, I think technology is out there and then it's well used in the European side. And that's why I was wondering whether Xcel Energy is trying enough to accommodate this new technology and trying to learn from the other countries' experience on this. And since it's a first round, it's okay, but directionally, I think Xcel Energy should focus on this, including the waste heat recovery and then different technology. And I think this is about innovation. We cannot just rely on doing business as usual will not give us any innovation. So I hope that there is some more research and then trying to find the solution to do more of this industrial.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I completely agree. Thank you.
Okay, on to community ground source heat pumps. Seems to be a lot of support there. Any questions about that? Commissioner Tuma?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I keep note on our updated decision options that there's an IRS guidance. Can you explain what that means as it relates to the decision options and whether it changes anything we should be deciding?
Ms. Steinhauser?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. The IRS guidance that we're referring to relates to the different ownership scenarios that we put forth in our petition, whether we would own all of the equipment or whether the customer would own the customer side and we would own the loop.
Page 65 of the briefing paper, it's dealt with there, I think, if I remember right.
So my understanding is that we had initial guidance that said that you couldn't split up the ownership. Now, the final guidance that we've received based on our interpretation is that you can split the ownership. And based on that guidance, it really relates to DO 34 about pursuing an ownership model that maximizes tax incentives. The company has weighed the cost benefits of owning everything versus owning just the loop. And because there's not, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there's not a lot of gain to owning the customer side equipment and a lot of hurdles associated with that the company would propose moving forward with our scenario one, which is that we own the loop and then the customer owns the customer side equipment.
Oh, so scenario one, that's all my question. So when I look at page 65 of the briefing papers, you're saying scenario one is the one that works out, costs out better. So not even scenario four where they eventually own it doesn't help out, where you maybe do a bulk buy and then the customer's essentially buying it from you.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, correct, because in that time frame there could be a transfer of ownership among customers. Like, it just gets really complicated when the utility is owning the customer side equipment.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm on decision options 46 through 52. Oh, wait, no. I lost my spot. Sorry. Next we're coming up on then R&D projects. So everyone supports putting train heating thermal storage for commercial buildings pilot in the eco triennial. That's correct? Essentially, like it's just put it in eco and the company will file it there. And then the department, you're opposed to the carbon offset project study being removed. Dr. Lieb, can you remind me of what the department's rationale there was?
Chair Sieben, I'm going to ask Michael Zychek to come up on that one as well.
Sorry, just going to take me a second to remind myself. This is a long filing. I think we've expressed some concern about just doing carbon offsets for the carbon offset's sake, but I think acknowledging that in some cases there might be the potential for something to work in that realm, makes it reasonable to use a small portion of money for an R&D pilot to at least try to identify what types of carbon offsets programs might be the most beneficial for if we choose to pursue something like that in the future. So I think that was the department's general position on that.
And the was it the clean energy organizations that wanted, Ms. Eichten, did you have a position on the carbon offset study that you wanted to articulate?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Chair Stephen. The clean energy organizations didn't take a position on this pilot in this docket, but as built in the record, we are generally unsupportive of a lot of money in NJI plans going towards carbon offsets, and would, agree with what the OAG and CUB have included on the record with regards to decision option 37.
So, sorry, I'm getting too late, Ms. Hinderly or CUB, about your opposition to the carbon offset study. Is it the overall, tell me what your argument is, please.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think as you've heard from a lot of folks today, there's limited scalability for carbon offsets, and it really is less within the realm of what a gas utility does as a gas utility. So we didn't think it was incredibly fruitful to send $100,000 ratepayer dollars to pursuing a pipeline of more carbon offset projects, and we thought it sent the wrong signal to Xcel about what it should be coming back with in its next NGIA plan. So we proposed rejecting that study. I also think there's not a lot of details on what Xcel actually needs $100,000 to do additional research on these with, but in general, we just wanted, the signal to not be sent to Xcel that was something that it should be coming back with even more carbon offsets in its next NGIA plan, given we can't plant trees, we can't plant our way out of gas emissions. There need to be some direct emission reductions, and we think that's where NGIA should be focused.
I thought you were earlier, though, not to go back to the trees, but I thought you were then okay with the forest management program a couple minutes ago. So
I think in general we have concerns about a lot of ratepayer dollars going outside the gas utility structure, and I certainly share I think some of the comments you made, Chair Stephen, about that. I think where we really struggled was trying to put together a compliant plan, given all the constraints within the first NGIA, that the ground source heat pump ended up getting up to the 20%, so we were really trying to work within the NGI structure without kicking the can too much down the road with just proposing, several $1 million for a new program, right, which I think we were all open to, but that's why we ended up including them, is because, otherwise the plan ends up getting outside the statutory constraints. So,
fair enough. Other questions in this R&D section? Anyone? No? Then moving on to the job creation stuff with decision options 42 to 45. This is pretty straightforward. Oh, I missed cost contingencies, 39 through 41. So the cost contingencies includes does this include the 25% language about going above the pilot costs portion? Is that this? Sorry. Okay, anybody have any, requested reserve funding, the OAG, CUB, and CURE are don't want to have that extra buffer. And the department, how about Dr. Lieb, you're not opposed to it? And these other ones that gives the company a little more flexibility around some of these pilots? Do you have anything further, or are you still just kind of wishy-washy on it?
Chair Sieben, we prefer to be characterized as unopposed rather than wishy-washy.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else questions there? Okay, moving through job creation and on to low and moderate income customers. A lot of this is about their next innovation plan. Which, you know, we'll have time when we look at this existing plan, once it's approved, to continue to have things come up in the evaluations to continue to talk about. But does anybody, I don't think some of these are bad ideas either. So anybody have any questions there? Other reporting requirements, I asked about 53 already, and the company said now they're maybe not opposed to that. And then staff alternative 55 seemed to be like further information that would be filed to help with the learnings. Any other discussion or questions there, commissioners? Then now we're to the budget flexibility, where, I mean, 25% more or less than budgeted for pilots and R&D projects is a big swing, Ms. Steinhauser, in 56. So what's your best shot for why you need that much flexibility?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The budgets that we have proposed are based on best available information. For some of those pilots and projects, that best available information is not very much information. So we wanted to avoid a sense of kind of false precision here and recognize that, you know, whatever plan that the commission approves has the support of the commission to be a meaningful investment in these pilots, and that if we need some flexibility in order to meet the requirements of those projects as we move forward, that we can do that. We can't exceed the hard cap. You know, we can't make it a non-compliant plan, right? All of those safeguards remain in place. It's just giving us some more flexibility. And we would be willing to, you know, we don't oppose the additional reporting requirements that make the stakeholders feel more like they have the information they need to see what we're doing with those funds.
And this is for the department, I think. So you're supportive of 58, Dr. Lieb, and maybe it's Ms. Campbell, but help me talk through what 58 means if you're still opposed to Xcel Alternative 58.1. Or how do you propose then that we give them some flexibility but still keep a handle on the overall cost?
Chair Sieben, just a minute to understand what 58 is actually getting at. So, phone a friend here,
Mr.
Catherine
Zychek's
Hinderly.
coming up, if that helps.
So 58 maintains consistency with the budget flexibility that CenterPoint was allotted, and we believe it makes, or allowed. Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
So, I think we're still opposing. Sorry, we're supporting, yeah.
Well, we're going to give you guys a second to think about that. Mr. Crawford wanted to jump in, and then maybe that will help give you guys a moment.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. 58 is all of the budget flexibility mechanisms that we had developed in CenterPoint's plan on which the Commission approved. We recognize that we don't want funds moving by such substantial margins from one pilot to a next, especially because the Commission is making a decision now based on the pilots being proposed and the cost effectiveness of those pilots at the estimated budget levels. So 58 includes, it's not here in this chart, but it does include basically the exact same measures that were approved in CenterPoint's plan with two minor exceptions. So 58A, as CUB had originally proposed, would put that reserve funding in use prior to the utilization of any budget flexibility. And then Xcel's alternative 58I, we oppose. It's my understanding OAG, CURE, the department all oppose it. It would essentially limit the degree of time or the amount of time which the OAG and the department would have to review these really large budget modifications. And 10 days we do not see as sufficient timing for that.
So that's really helpful. And Dr. Lieb, you weren't able to listen to two conversations at once, but now that I think I understand better, 58 in the grid is just like not all the subparts are included, and you're listed as supporting 58. And so, and I think what Mr. Crawford said is you would likely, they supported this. It's consistent with what we did in CenterPoint's plan, and Xcel is not opposed to it. So I think everybody's kind of supportive of 58.
Chair Sieben, that's pretty consistent with the conversation that we just had. So I was
Okay.
not able to listen to the same two conversations at once.
Oh, that's good. It's, I think, anything else, commissioners, on that, on the flexibility request? Then cost recovery, we sort of talked about this throughout. Their cost recovery proposal, again, is essentially that it's going to go in a rider, right, Ms. Steinhauser? And then that's also encompassed in, no, that's not encompassed in 60, but 60 is year one costs for the plan that we approve, right?
That's correct.
And then you're not opposed to, you're okay updating the tariff tracker within 10 days?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions around that, commissioners? Commissioner Tuma?
I think this is probably where it would fit in, but I had a question on when does this all start getting billed to ratepayers? I noticed on page 95 of the briefing paper.
Yeah, since we
plan
passed
would
February 1st, for example.
Yeah.
Ms. Steinhauser, it might take you a little time to recalculate everything. Could you do it? Are you going to plan to do it by March 1st, or you don't know, waiting for the order, or what? Yeah, it might not be the order by March 1st either,
Chair
according
Sieben,
to
Commissioner
Mr.
Tuma.
Whitty.
So within 10 days of the order, we will have the updated tariff and tracker information that we'll need to file. And then from there, I don't know, Thomas, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, Thomas Mammon with Xcel Energy. Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, I think the 10-day after the order is written, I think we can work pretty swiftly once we get, confirmation from these hearings on and working on updating our tariff and everything, so we're ready to when an order is received and work on through the compliance aspects.
So that's contained in all of these somewhere in here. Any other questions, Commissioner Tuma, in that section? Perspectives, objective modifications. Not opposed in 67 and 69. The company is not, and the department's supportive of that. And then, any questions there? Okay, then moving on, environmental objective modifications or innovation objective modifications. Nothing yet from commissioners. Then the plan for filing your annual status reports. My understanding, Ms. Steinhauser, is your annual status reports are going to be concurrent with your rider. Is that correct, or just
That's
not
my understanding
determined
as well.
yet?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, and that would start then in 74 and 75. Good deal. Okay, and then refer to eco. This, I think, are these all? Yeah. Now we're kind of getting into like this last bucket of projects that the way I sort of read the record was, and Ms. Steinhauser, correct me if I'm wrong, but like when you first started to talk about your NGIA plan, you had like a bunch of ideas, and then different pilots came into the plan that's in front of us now. And so there hasn't been like a ton of work done on some of these that are listed in the A through I. And I was sympathetic to the CEO's advocacy for trying to sweep some of these pilots that like didn't make this first year plan up into an offering now in this plan. So like I get that you're not gonna like this question, but or like this idea, but certainly like when the commission is looking at your NGIA plan as a whole, like if you think of it as a pie, I get that we have to balance all these different things and the plan has to meet the statutory requirements. And my understanding is like some of these projects that are listed here, you're going to file under eco. And so the way I read these decision options was like you're going to meet with the department to talk about what plans, which of these pilots you could put into eco. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. We, in going through the process of creating the plan, we did consider a bunch of different projects.
Mhm.
Many of these were listed in Exhibit D to our petition, which were identified as projects that we considered but did not include. And most of these, because they had been identified as most likely best placed in eco. The cost-benefit analysis that would be required to put those into eco, like that lengthy process has not been completed for these. And so our proposal for 76, the alternative, was absolutely to agree to consider and assess and discuss with the department and stakeholders how best to address these moving forward. But we can't commit to putting them in eco necessarily because we have to go through
the eco process.
The eco process to do that, right?
Yeah, and I understand that, and I think that's why the department, you're generally supportive of that plan too, correct, Dr. Lieb? That you'll put the projects that are listed here in eco if you can, it sounds like, right?
Chair Sieben, that's correct. I think one important distinction in the alternative option that we have, or the CEO's new alternative option here, is that we're committing to meeting with the company to discuss these projects and either put them in updates to the existing 24 to 26 triennial plan or inclusion in the 27 to 29 triennial plan. So depending on maybe how complicated or how quickly the company thinks they can get the project up and going, giving ourselves two routes here to either get them in right now or get them in the next triennial.
Mm-hmm. And what's your alternative 77 again? Or that is essentially what it is? What's the difference between 76 and 77? I can't remember. Oh, this is more about the Colorado Clean Heat Plan. And then your modified DOC Alt 77?
That's correct. And
your modified one just says you're gonna file here, like what the results are of those decisions were?
Yeah, so there's the DOC alternative. So just looking at 76, there's the DOC alternative, and then there's the modified DOC alternative, which I believe comes from the CEOs. And that's just filing the summary of the discussions. And we're supportive of either our original modified or the CEO's further modified.
Mm-hmm. And for the CEOs and CEE, there are, in the list of like CEOs, new 1A, 2, 3, and 4, Mr. Dufferin, not to put you on, maybe I'll start with the CEOs and then you can, Ms. Eichten, I think in your opening you said that you were supportive of putting your new 2 or new 3 into this plan. Is that right? Is that what you said in your opening, or what you're still supportive of?
Yes, thank you, Chair Sieben. Exactly. We worked with stakeholders with the department to on 76 and 77 to come to a place of alignment. But in that process, we also had identified specific pilots that we think are more suitable for inclusion in the company's current NGIA plan than in ECO, which included CEO's new 2 and 3, which are residential and commercial air source heat pump plus thermal energy storage pilots.
Mm-hmm.
We also confirmed via conversations with CEE last week that those pilots would also, in their opinion, be appropriate for NGIA, as they are not currently cost effective in ECO. And additionally, CEO's new 1 is a pilot that would go beyond what the company is currently doing in ECO regarding deep energy retrofits. And we included it given this kind of shared interest among several parties in this docket to see a weatherization project targeted towards a low to moderate income community in NGIA, and to see more money invested in that type of project in NGIA generally. So we've included that project there as well.
Is that your new 1 or your new 1A?
Chair Sieben, thank you for that question. That new 1, if we had provided both of those options to give
New
multiple
1.
opportunities to move forward in this docket with deep energy retrofits, but it's new 1, and I think we had included an alternative that pulled directly from that Exhibit D of the company's NGIA petition, which was a specific R&D study, but it is new 1. New 1 is a complementary program to what was approved in Centerpoint's plan that we'd support in Xcel's plan.
And are they scalable? Like if the commission cut other programs, well, that's not a fair question. If there was money, say a couple $1 million that we didn't approve in a different plan, could all of these, your new 1A or 1 or 2 or 3, could all those be modified to whatever dollar amount the commission set?
Chair Stephen, that's our understanding based on the pathways that were provided, is that there is additional flexibility for electrification, given that the RNG is over the 50% floor, or the alternatives fuels are over the 50% floor currently, but our thinking was also that the commission could require the company to file a proposal within 30 or 60 days after the order, the decision, to work out budgets or propose potential budgets for those pilots that they included in the NGIA petition.
I think, like, from my perspective, just, there might be more cost-effective projects that are out there that could be scaled up relatively easily, that would help with energy efficiency and electrification, that would address some of your concerns than some of the existing pilots we talked about, but obviously I'd still have to convince my colleagues to do that. And Mr. Dufferin, I'm curious about your thoughts on that, like on the deep energy retrofits or residential air source heat pump or commercial air source heat pumps, just with your experience in this area, is there one of these pilots that isn't really a pilot, but that might not fit in ECO in your experience that would potentially fit in NGIA, either like this plan or the one in the future?
Yes, thanks, Chair Sieben. And we would agree with everything Ms. Eichting just said in terms of a process that you might want to take. In looking at these, they're all worthy projects. First of all, number one, we think maybe has a little too much overlap with Xcel's current portfolio of eco programs, as well as a pilot that they already put into this NGIA plan on continuous exterior insulation. So there's so much overlap there that I wouldn't necessarily suggest that one for the NGIA plan. However, the number 2 and number 3, I think would fit well into NGIA. They're very innovative technologies, still very new, very expensive. And if I were to choose between the two, I would choose number 3 just because it is so new and costly and really not market ready. And this is precisely what I think we want to start with NGIA, is trying to get some of these new technologies out there and getting customer experience with them and learning how to work with customers to adopt these technologies. They're commercially ready. They're ready to go in the market. They just happen to be very costly.
And do you agree that it's scalable in terms of the size? It wouldn't be that hard. Like if there's 3 million or 4 million, it could be useful.
Absolutely, yes.
That's helpful. And Xcel, any thoughts about that discussion? Not that like I'm asking you about, I guess my question would be, do you think 3, for example, you agree it might not get off the ground in ECO and could be an eligible project for the commission to consider in this NGIA plan if we gave you a little time?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Our initial assessment, I believe, was that this is more appropriate for ECO, but I will defer to Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your early question about agreeing with the preceding discussion, I would certainly agree with Mr. Dufferin that the CEO's new one feels pretty redundant to the exterior insulation pilot. Mm-hmm. I think part of our reluctance to lean in on some of these has been that it's not like these were fleshed out proposals in the initial filing, right? These were ideas that we had, which we included in that appendix, mm-hmm. sort of in the sense of completion and trying to make sure that it was clear that we've, had gone through this brainstorming exercise and sort of narrowed the funnel, if you will.
And you like when commissioners come in at the last minute and kind of redirect all the work you've been doing for years. I like
everything
years.
This commission does,
Madam
Chair. I think that so that's kind of the challenge or one of the challenges from our perspective is mm-hmm. sort of trying to pick something up off the cutting room floor and bring it back in a limited period of time. I also think that there are questions that stakeholders in the department and the utilities kind of need to work through around questions like, where does thermal storage fit in our overall scheme? Because sometimes it seems like fuel switching, sometimes it seems like energy efficiency, sometimes it seems like load management, and we have slightly different policy structures for each of those things. And so I think we'd probably benefit from having some of those conversations at that higher level around what do we do with these sorts of projects mm-hmm. before moving into a more sort of specific, here's how much we propose to spend on this specific type of project, if you will.
I understand, but it's also just a pilot, and it's a limited
Agreed.
Time period, and it's a limited amount of money, and we're hoping we're hoping to get real learnings out of it that I think go back to my earlier point about like, what's the scalability? I keep going back to and I'm not asking you a question about this, but like the scalability of forest management versus a program like this where you're, working with commercial customers to install an air source heat pump. That seems more like in the vein of what NGA is supposed to do. And look for innovative pilots that could be scalable. But I certainly empathize with your frustration with me coming in and thinking I'm smarter than you, and I'm not, so.
Madam Chair, I wouldn't describe myself as frustrated. I do think that scalability, there's a question of time in thinking about scalability, right? I don't know that we could spend $4 million on a commercial thermal storage pilot in the next 12 months, for example. I just don't know if there are enough products and interested customers out there. As we sit here, I couldn't give you a number that I thought would be realistic. Certainly, in theory, at least given enough time and budget, I agree that there is potential broadly for the market to move in this direction.
Okay, great. Commissioners, other questions that you wanted to ask in general? Again, the hope is that we will move into deliberations on Thursday pretty quickly, and there won't be like new things filed for us to try to figure out before Thursday. Our staff has done a great job of summarizing the parties' positions and like laying out a good path for commissioners. In that vein, like, I don't know if you want to discuss anything about where you're headed, commissioners, so that you can we can all share amongst ourselves what we're thinking, or we can save that till Thursday. In a real broad sense, like I generally think that the company has done a nice job here and put together a good plan. There may be some tweaks that I just alluded to that will probably try to support or push, but overall, I think like in general, we're headed in the right track if we approve this on more or less on Thursday. Commissioner Tuma, you want to add anything?
No, Madam Chair, I think I indicated a couple tweaks that I'm looking at too, but I don't think I'm seeing anything major that needs to be adjusted. Obviously, there's some protections that I want to make sure that they're analyzed very closely, but I think generally the plan is going in the right direction. It seems like that's where everybody else is too. So,
Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, the other thing to discuss is like if you want to think about, like, we can move through deliberations just in the way that we just did now, just kind of run through them number by number. But if anybody has a better idea or supports like one of the paths that the parties laid out, we might have to end up going through them all anyway. And so I kind of think we'll just have to run through it number by number or in blocks. But if you want to think through, like, someone wants to propose like a block for, the RNGs to start or something, like, you can start to think about that just so we can get on to our other business on Thursday. Sound good? Anything else, staff? Otherwise, it's 2:52, so we're close to 3, which is great. So thank you, everybody, for your work today. The commission is adjourned, and we'll see you on Thursday.